definitely do. I do.
Okay.
Tom, I picked my duo. He picked his duo.
Yes.
And you picked
Yes.
HyperX.
High five.
All
Let's
right,
go.
guys. With that being said, it's time to put the pre-show to a close and get to our main event.
Hello.
Things over to
They're
you
about
two
to
in a
start.
moment here because I'm on trophy duty. So settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between HyperX and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
Sassy.
We came from a region regarded as the minor region. That shouldn't be the case anymore. We are the new order.
Oh my god, that song's so cool. Fuck. Wah, lagunya.
We went through a lower bracket in group stage. We went through a lower bracket in playoff. Into the grand final.
We might look chaotic, but it just kind of works.
We came here as challengers. We will leave as kings.
FPX, they do not play like us. Their strengths, it's snowball and carry momentum all the way through. It's like a double-edged sword for them.
Halo semuanya, waalaikumsalam Owen. Sehat Bang Faris. Sehat Bang Rafa. Halo Bang Faris. Halo Ilham. Halo Dava.
Even if they do catch us off guard, we'll be able to cope.
The other team probably
Gua
knows
nonton
that
YouTube
we're
lu pakai
coming,
kuota,
but
kenapa pakai
sometimes we
kuota?
just can't stop it.
Dari kapan matinya?
I beat Deka, I slayed El Diablo. Forsaken, you're next.
I beat Derki asli El Diablo.
I'll make sure the dinosaurs stay extinct.
I hope you guys like train because there's no break on the W train. Anjay.
Woo! Paper girls and paper boys, where are you at? Where are you at? I've heard some FPX on the desk as well. I'm quite surprised with that pick.
Of course, hey, if I can't support NA, I'm gonna just hop over the ocean.
You are EMEA's biggest fan, but
Yeah, kinda. A
you
little
know
bit.
this.
A little bit.
You
Tanggal
know
1 Bang Dava.
of course,
Halo Bang
I
Zain.
wish you an awesome
Telat Bang, enggak.
player at the
Baru
top
live
show
gua.
every single day. But there's one thing
Jadi
to
kill
do
buat nih kalian
to get
FX,
everything
dipulangin
started.
FX.
For the last time here at Copenhagen, it's time to activate
Dia
the championship
dia kalahnya sama
stage.
yang
Here
XXX
we
tuh.
go.
Yang masuk final lagi. Apalagi nih band kalian nih? Dipulangin 2 tim yang masuk final. Padahal ngalahin optik. Iya, optiknya lagi sabun itu hari pertama anjing. Halo. About to. Lu lah you. Lu lah you, everything so slow. Ya, ada tulisan Arabnya, cok.
Superlight. The game still cannot come out.
FPX, HyperX.
Oh, HyperX.
Kok HyperX? Predict score.
Well, in just
Susah.
a little bit, we're going to have our last two teams
Susah, Cok.
take the stage. And the prospect of Tom, you know, a trophy is going to be lifted.
Ngobrol bareng pasti
later
ngomongin
today
lu kan,
from
Bani. Iya.
for the first time ever.
Orang,
It doesn't get better than that.
aduh, gue pengen ketemu sama mereka kemarin. Ntar lah champion ketemu gue sama mereka.
Yeah, bang time for them.
If FPX want to have chance to get easier win, I think they need to ban bind. So it's easier for them if they want to win.
Never play YOLO.
Yeah, I was speaking to some of the players. They can hear the crowd. Like, they can hear them. So you guys make sure to support whichever team you are going after today. But before all of that, we got to talk about the maps as we head into the map select. We've mentioned this early in the show already.
Gue PRX harus suka.
Best of 5. HyperX are coming into it, Bola, with the greatest advantage ever.
Yeah, 2 map bans is so ridiculous.
Lihat mappingnya ya, Spectro. Lihat mappingnya. Kalau mappingnya PRX ban split. FPX ban bind.
That's the big thing. I think as well, FPX would want to take a couple of things out of there. Their breeze has definitely looked a little bit shaky.
What?
So they want to lean towards it.
Ban Ascend?
Right now, where are they going to lean? And actually removing one of the best picks of FPX and their permaban. What a wonderful
I love
start.
that. I mean, look, that's the advantage you get, baby. You
Best
go
of
to the
5
upper
kan?
bracket and you go, I don't like this map because Split is my permaban and you're good on
Bind
offense.
map
Guess what?
1
Two
PRX.
Stone, goodbye, see you later.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, like you guys have said, Bind, we were going to see 100%.
So ngantarin bom ke LCQ. Bukan LCQ dong, ke champion dong.
If you leave
Scary.
for them, Bola,
Halo Raditya. Split di BEM.
Yeah, I think the day before we said
Gue FPX handicap 6,5. 6,5 gimana maksud lu bangsat?
They also didn't pick yours, so still hoping for that to come out. And then FPX as well, very weak on that map in the last 2 times they played.
Well, one of the things is so far in this tournament, we haven't actually seen the full set of maps just yet. So I'm interested to see where that sort of counter comes in on the other side. And Icebox, I believe, is one of the maps that we actually haven't seen in this tournament from HyperX yet.
Exactly right, and that's something that FPX, I wondered whether or not that would be a ban coming out as well. That's something that we have seen, you know, HyperX get rid of a little bit, and FPX is like, okay,
FPX
you've left it in
pick
there.
Icebox.
We take advantage of it, here we go.
Halo Bang Farel.
We've already seen from FPX.
Yeah, and Fracture is very much still on the table. And Bola, if they get Bind and Fracture in the first 3 maps, this is the dream start.
Yeah, you would think that it would be, you know, a two map advantage right away. Icebox could potentially go either way since we don't know what HyperX is capable of on that map. And but I do think Fracture is one that is the map that FPX will be able to flip. I think that style that HyperX plays on this map, and we'll get it as map 3, is exactly the type of style FPX wants to play against.
Halo tuh.
The greatest thing about it is that as that being mapped,
Halo.
we will get it.
PRX harus menang 7 ronde.
What kind of banning advantages HyperX gives, we
Di
will
BO3.
have a map on Fracture. I think I've seen some of the most exciting games from both these teams individually.
Sabar, Spectro.
So I'm so glad it comes in, at least in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a map that
Nobody want to see you, yeah? Just don't open your camera, okay? Oh my god. I never see it. I'm in my stream. So better don't.
Yeah, well, Haven and Breeze are the only 2 maps left, and FPX, they want to play Haven
What's this
at 4th. Bala, do you think
Bind.
we're going to get to that Haven? I know.
Kayaknya PRX menang. Kayaknya PRX menang deh. Bind di band, di open Bang Evil. Malam, ayo dia.
I do think Haven is a problem for them though, and they will have to potentially survive on this map if the maps go in the way that you might expect.
Heaven Icebox, sabar ya.
Haven's going to be a problem for FPX.
I mean, FPX has played every every single map in the map pool here at this competition, they've had the longest road to get here. They played every map twice, and that's the one we're talking about. I mean, if you can sneak breeze in there, the ones that they've lost, then you can be a little bit more confident. If it does sway like Baller is stating here, that's the one where we can have the pendulum swing back into PaperX's favor if things do go wrong in the earlier part of the series for PaperX.
So you guys feel like if we go to map 5, PaperX have the advantage here, or FPX?
I have not been impressed with the breeze that I've seen from FPX so far this tournament. I think it's been figured out. But
I have been impressed regionally though, Tom. I really have been impressed regionally.
But I think if any team could
Yoru,
it's going to be the Kings of Yoru.
Sama ko iya.
I'm not going to complain if we see a Yoru versus Yoru today. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to be bringing the players onto that stage.
Aduh, mapnya tapi buat PaperX semua, cok. Ngajak taruhan. Nih, lihat. Kebalik dong bangsat. Ini PRX yang nge-ban Asen. Tadi kan. Bener ya? PRX ban semua, goblok. Oh, gara-gara upper bracket. B. Kenapa ya takut sama Asennya FX ya? Emangnya Asennya FX jago ya? Oh, jago, cok. Jago jancuk. B. Oh, pantes. Gue mikir kenapa bind-nya nggak dibuang sama FPX, anjing. Menang PRX ini. Ayo, Heru, ayo Heru. Tadi kan ada Expecto ngajakin gue taruhan 100. Gue pilih FPX. Taruhan sama Heru, gue milih PaperX. Jadi kalaupun gue kalah, gue kalahnya cuma 100. Kalau gue menangnya 100. Kenapa Ben kok malah nge-ban split?
Ayo.
PaperX yang nge-ban split. You know PRX got 2 ban also. It's like your tournament.
PRX? Oh,
I
know upper bracket.
Yeah, the upper bracket.
Glim.
6 aja, 6 Heru. Berarti
So FPX never ban at all?
6 run mudah kan? Berarti anggapan gue menang.
FPX never ban.
Misalkan 3-1, no, never. Misalkan 3-1, kalau hitungannya lebih dari 6, gue menang kan? $100, $100,000.
I forgive them.
Oh, you forgive them? Berarti FX dapat 7, gue menang. Lu ngomongin apa sih, goblok? Kan BO5 ya, anjing. Idiot. Per game suruh lu sama bapak lu aja anjing, per game dapat 7, goblok. Per game. Lu kira musuhnya juara turnamen Palembang sama Depok, bangsat. Kalau musuhnya dari kampung mana gitu baru anjing. Halo, Dil. Menang dari piala gubernur Palembang kan. Lawannya PaperX, baru gue berani anjing. Goblok. Mea Bang Nabil. Udah lu yang request. Udah request apa? Handicap. Mainnya per game lagi goblok. 13 berapa anjing berarti? Artis. Pakai celana pendek semua anjing. Idiot banget. Kalau gue jadi mereka mah gue pakai celana pendek juga, kata Jason kan panas kan. Dumbros. Jing. Mana tuh Juron? Iya, idiot anjing. Si Ben kayak ngapain lagi nih, lihat. Idiot banget anjing. What the fuck? Lihat Aaron aja ketawa anjing. Aduh. Aaron aja ketawa goblok. Aduh ya Allah. Astaga. Itu dia cosplay siapa anjing warna pink begitu? Sepatu Jason mahal gue. Travis Scott. Kenapa ya, Dek? Look at Benkai, he's so idiot eh. What is this cosplay?
Where is Benkai?
What is this cosplay?
Who is that?
I don't know. FPX, FPX, PRX, FPX, PRX is the same. Tinggal udah negatif, udah dong. Hoki banget, si Jing pas masuk final udah sembuh cok.
Look at his hand. He still got COVID in his hand. Be careful, guys.
Yeah, maybe Global Esports will be making it to champions. Who knows? I'm sorry, I had to do that pun. You gave me the opportunity. But yeah, Bala again. Two very, very, very good teams, and they definitely earned their spot to get here.
No, I mean absolutely, both have. FPX has just shocked the world with their play style, and FPX has gone through the ringer of a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand when it comes to the maps. Again, FPX are in a very comfortable position. They've banned 2 maps out against FPX. Although having
FPX juara nih. Mapnya
when Loud had a similar advantage, Tom, they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps don't necessarily matter as much. You are playing with 2 world-class teams on the stage. They're going to have a map pool good enough that realistically any of the maps could go any other ways. I think FPX have proven that throughout this entire tournament. They can even play a map that they were perma-banning before and still win it versus tough teams. They are world-class here.
Yeah, I agree with your point, Tom, but I don't want to understate this advantage that FPX has. This is probably the worst team that made it.
maksud lu mau rebut pick ya Benkai? Hah? Apa sih? Raf, bangsat. Yakin lo bang? Yakin sih gua. Kayaknya FPX juara sih. Mapnya sih buat FPX semua sih dari awal. Bind. FPX cacat di bind. Pada itu piada yang bisa biasa buat naruh goblok. Saya sama semua sama dong. Balik lagi kan legendnya. Mau pakai sangantingan kayak Yoru ah. Doain dia udah grand final ban lu nggak ada nyasin sul. Insya Allah bang. Doain aja. Oh dia pakai sage, dia ganti agent nih. Apa emang pakai sage sih Sal?
FPX, they know exactly what FPX can do here with the Yoru. Angel, he plays the Yoru. How much faith do you guys have in their preparation here? Or do you feel like the other day FPX played, is this a free win?
I have high faith in FPX's preparation.
FPX berdoa Sugetsunya ya tolol aja nih. Kalau Sugetsunya jago banget kayak pas lawan Fnatic susah anjing. Selalu ditawarin ke FPX mau nggak? Tergantung gantinya siapa cok. Kalau gantinya Jason mah sama aja bohong anjing. Red Gabriel belum lihat gua amat. Gede suaranya sabar belum mulai. Bunuh Sugetsu dulu sih. Gak bisa lah begitulah. Pokoknya kalau lu nge-fight sama Sugetsu lu menangin aja. Gak bisa diincer harus bunuh Sugetsu di awal.
Potentially the most fun team in the game. Oh yeah. Playing against a team that's going to try to crush all of that. And look at this to start things off. You've got to flash down into sand.
Full speed, a bit of stun. Coming straight into sand, and look at this already. A bit of a contact play.
So cek kanan.
Oh, what a play! Could you find a more perfect example of how they're going to try and react to this?
Nice. Nge-whiff lu goblok Zipan, mati lu.
Bit of a whiff still, a jump and a right click. Sugetsu does claim that one down now to the 2v3.
Aduh, udah nggak ngecek kanan anjingnya nih.
Positioning is all over the
Pinter
place.
banget anjing.
Angel ready and waiting right round the corner.
Jason tumben banget nggak ngecek kanan dah.
Looking all but done and dusted.
And the desk was talking a bit about that FPX preparation.
Nanti Jason siap menerima iyalah.
So ready for that. The Haunt comes over to Fountain, reading the push. And now it's all left to hand.
Jason tumben banget nggak.
A 1v3 that he
Ya Allah.
just can't manage.
Kasih kerasin udah keras cok. Tuh, udah setengah anjing. Tumben banget Jason gak ngecek angle tai.
How FPX are going to play this map.
Yeah, the preparation is clearly there, underlying. FPX, they are that kind of team.
Orang duanya gak ngecek lagi tadi.
Beautiful opener for Shao as well, just predicting that they will go for
Si
these
Aaron.
aggressive type of plays off the rip. And not many teams have been able to contain the FPX Yoru on Bind. It's been honestly just full speed ahead. A lot of teams have tried to contain it, tried to slow it
Kurang
down,
gede.
but they often just get turned into mincemeat.
Lu gedein bangke.
Four-player stack over by B this time. But FPX, we're watching them take Shower's control. Same Haunt.
FX tuh selalu beli Vandal di second round loh.
Sure Forsaken is anticipating his positioning. Comes out of it round the corner, but the shorty's going to get shut down. And this is where Forsaken is going to find possibly his largest challenge yet. Cracking this FPX default is going to be so
Biasanya Jason
difficult.
cek semua angle ya makanya. Kebetulan banget dia nggak ngecek angle.
They're going to have an enormous advantage, or at least compared to usual, heading into round 3.
Very slow approach for now with a slow orb just to try and clear a bit of space with the Viper
What's
Orb.
that already? What happened,
Nothing ya.
Nothing special?
Absolute freelo, I think.
Nothing.
Get that spike down to TP play. It's a last
Well,
minute
I
approach.
just finished my horror
FPX
show.
claiming that anti-eco easily enough with the Prime Gaming flawless.
PaperX didn't show anything new in that second round, though. They have a very deep playbook on this map. But this is what I'm talking about with the economy. We'll talk about it a little bit after these replays, but once we get back in, you'll notice FPX have managed to get.
Ini orang sakit banget sih, sumpah Sugetsu ini. Ini orang-orang Rusia tuh aneh ya. Sakit kayak Sugetsu, Nuts, si Chronicle, si Simple, tai-tai babi semua anjing. Di gua lu udah 100% emang iya.
Showers control early. Spike going to be claimed there. Benkai going to be backing away though. Has to respect the possibility they could be lurking up. You see that Viper wall. A lot of misinformation as well being thrown into the mix, and PaperX might get a bit antsy here. Might overstep themselves.
Gak ada lah yang mau taruhan 7 ronde bangsat. Goblok. Nice Jing.
Wonderful work recognizing that. 2 players down. But immediately the response is there. Xiao is taking matters into his own hands. A bit of a nade into backside Zip and not wasting any time. Zip straight in. What a kill to find with only the Spectre.
Jason nge-whip.
It's a huge one, and it leaves PaperX in a situation where they've got to play retake here. Xiao's angle. Do they anticipate this? Have they thought about the fact that the Sage is in the comp? Flash pushes him away.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow, the player's trying to flood into the back. Kill's going to be traded out, but eventually down to just Mind Freak, and not able to do it. Perfect crosshair placement there by Xiao. Where they were coming from, that's the bonus converted, Josh. That's what makes FPX so dangerous.
And consider how they got to this point.
Harus chill.
Just bouncing into the site. There was
gak nge-whip banget sih sebenarnya. Emang Spectre langsung headshot aja.
And Xiao does amazingly as well. Currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team had failed to take showers in emphatic fashion.
Chill, baru 3 ronde. Gue takutnya Jason ke-hype gara-gara orang-orang mulai dia pakai Yoru, jadi dia ke bawah suasana anjing. Ngerti gak maksud gue? Takutnya itu aja, tapi kayaknya enggak deh. Lu lihat tembakan mereka sih susah sih kayaknya.
And of course, the flanks being watched. Forsaken trying to just TP through. Jing does get 2. Showstopper online. Opportunity potentially to do some more damage. Satchel play right round the side, but shut down once more by Xiao.
And you look at the positions that Xiao and Sugetsu are playing in. They're so ready for the aggression coming out on the other end. Forsaken has been utterly shut down. 0-4. The crowd giving them the best chance, hyping up the PaperX players, wanting them to get back into this game. And it is, rifles on board to vie with an operator as well. Perhaps taking an aggressive peek here out of sand, using the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Knife over the top. Going to be landing there on top of showers. Can't be broken. That's going to be good information game for Ardis. But there's 2 players trying to play towards there.
But his job is simply to hold on. And Devi, while I thought he might have gone for an aggressive peek, he's just holding this angle. Perhaps this is the adaptation for PaperX. Drop into a more passive position. Try not to get punished.
Itu mau counter yang ada yang TP itu.
Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is the clock.
Clone's going to be removed easily enough. You are right, Josh. Down to this minute mark now with Prowler spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but the spike now starting to end over towards one familiar direction. Watch this being made with the operator. Devi misses the shot.
How did he not catch at least one of them there? Benkai still coming around though, and as the time ticks lower and lower, Jing and Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Roller fighter to push them back, the showstopper. Not let loose just yet, but still the kill.
Bisa nggak mati?
Zipan opens it up. He got leg space being gained. Definitely leg Jing trying to make the most of it, but again, the trade is there, the back of the side, Benkai. He anticipated over the top, Sugetsu finding his mark, slow orb. It's hard to try and play through. And an easy enough shot, a flick of the wrist. 5 rounds in a row for FPX.
Absolutely demolishing their opponents at this point, Bren. They've got the read here on Bind. And I think this is what PaperX were afraid of when they went
you mean let's go?
And they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep, but a lot of their defensive aggression has the same theme to it.
Just counter aja nya. Enggak.
And theoretically shut down, but it's incredible to see FPX have so much success without ever having played PaperX before. This is another grand finals.
Sagi ini counternya tim yang kayak PaperX, bukan buat Yoru doang. Jadi dia kalau mau, kan misalkan dia main B kan, biasanya dihajar, orang CT-nya tinggal di slot, orang CT-nya nggak bisa keluar. Jadi nggak ada yang bisa bantu sebenarnya. If you see FPX aim now, right, it's like too hard. Yeah.
The aggression's been getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah. And also these slower rounds, they've just not quite been able to hold on. Listen, round 5 there were many times where Davai could have taken an op shot and maybe stopped the FPX aggression. But he just missed the
bisa nyelip-nyelip. Iya. Nih, misalkan dia ngambil B kan, itu tadi yang gue jelasin. Terus CT-nya tinggal di S, orang CT-nya nggak bisa bantu kayak Jason tadi. Dia nggak bisa keluar dari smoke. Boom katanya. Sonnya mati lagi. Son bangun Son, nggak apa-apa Son. Baru 06 Son.
Kosong Jason, because kosong is Jason's favorite number. Kosong.
FPX have just frozen.
You know, kosong is a powerful number.
Waiting for the defensive team to lose
Why?
idea of where they are on the map.
Because it's in between. Do you watch the anime?
No.
Yeah.
Once the clock's ticking down, a minute, 50 seconds, people are going to look for information, maybe with their face.
That's why he put 0.
Those are opportunities that FPX are looking for.
That's why they're so slow off the rip here. They contain a bit of it through. That's going to be the Prowler into the TP. Good information gained as well. Latches onto one of the FPX players outside, and Angel. Tablet in his hands.
Nih kayak gini nih ya. Nih, Jing nggak bisa bantu ntar.
Outside hookah, the utilities drop down, but there's the orbital strike to split them up. Pushes them away. The stun as well on top of it. This attempt has been slowed down, and Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds in this one. They need to be finding these kills, but as FPX once more opens it through.
These players are just too sharp right now.
Yeah, too sharp,
Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock has gone against them, it's all Xiao. What's he at the moment, 9-1 or something?
This guy's on fire.
Xiao and Sugetsu, the two players who are holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Yeah. Unkillable.
Right, I can feel it.
Tapi harus main, iya benar-benar.
Guys in the grand finals, Josh, all on the line. History will be made on either side of these teams, but just a better read for now.
Yeah, gonna go into a short tech pause here as things get sorted out. It does give PaperX some time to consider, at least within themselves.
Kurang tahu Bang Marvin, kayaknya emang nickname-nya gitu deh. Dimitri Illusion.
We have another team, PaperX now, loud last time,
Dimitri.
that make it to the finals whilst only winning on 3 maps. Fracture, Bind, Haven. I suppose they did win on Ascent, but they were forced to ban it in this series. So out of the 5 that they're going to be playing, 2 are complete unknowns.
Anjing, dia anime wibu juga, tai.
Creates a very different feeling for both of these teams.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Tom made the point on the desk as well prior to this.
Wibu anjing.
Into the tournament. Doesn't really happen where
Wibu jancok.
on these maps as well. You make it to this point, honestly, your map pool is deep enough that you can take teams.
Kok gitu sih, Mat? Parah lu, Mat.
Theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX played against Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic, you would assume, favored on Bind. And yet FPX came out, they won the pistol, they won the bonus. They're just incredible at keeping momentum going. They don't give you an inch to breathe, and PaperX have only lost 3 key rounds here. The rest all anti-ecos.
But it's snowballing, isn't it?
FPX mainnya rapi banget iya.
Restart on
Kesel
one of
belum
the players
panas ya.
Just give you a quick update here with the tech pause.
Suigetsu memang karakter dari Naruto. Emang iya?
From FPX.
I'm back,
To make it
I'm
work
back,
with this Euro
I'm
competition
back.
right now, Forsaken sitting at 0-6.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem for them is they're struggling to figure out when FPX are in a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
FPX will throw a little bit of utility at the beginning of the round, then they'll try and take some areas of the map. Once they actually execute, it's too late. It's been awesome seeing the crowd out here for the first time for a Masters level
the
event.
second coming of the
We've
demon.
been seeing creativity. Creativity and passion. The community is awesome.
It is really sick to see, isn't it?
And the first time that they're coming together.
Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well.
Gua ikutin Naruto sih, makanya gua gak tahu anjing.
A Masters winner.
He's very capable Shinobi.
Shortly. Like you said, Josh, you know, a bit of a breather for FPX, I think. At times they felt like the people's champions as well from the cheers that we've been hearing. These guys, they've stolen everybody's hearts, I think, with just their play style.
I want to take a look, though, at one of the big feature matchups you're going to be seeing here. And one of them being this
Kudoain abang
race
main di
head-to-head
Master
that you've
di
got
champion
in
Bang
mind.
Raditya, amin.
In terms of their run throughout this
Sugetsu
tournament,
tuh.
you know, Jing has been all the way up at the top, who everybody's been talking about, right? On the other side of things, you've got a player that flexes around a little bit, isn't always playing the big entry role, but has still put up extremely good numbers. Listen, I would expect Jing to be running away with this because he's been playing all of those big positions where he can trade off Forsaken, get aggressive. But Zipan's just quietly been putting up excellent consistency throughout the event. And his road has been arguably more difficult with so many more matches to play. But this is going to be a fantastic head-to-head throughout the series.
And yeah, Jing has been obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of FPX that you expect. You know, those heavy hitters, Forsaken and Jing, really just all the resources put behind them. And Zipan, I mean, honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX, it's spread quite evenly. Normally it's Xiao and Sugetsu are at the top, and they're playing the more supportive roles in general, but hopefully heading
Amin, Bang Maul.
You can see this face-off between these two teams.
And specifically within Buying, as we look to get going again very shortly, specifically looking at Buying, Jing has been the one that's been able to find some level of value. But Forsaken is always the tip of the spear, and that tip has been broken off. And it's pretty hard to beat FPX with just a staff of wood.
Sure.
You need a better weapon than that.
Yeah, especially when Doomrose has been up all night prepping. When you heard him in the post-game interview, the guy was saying, I was up until 4:30 a.m. prepping, woke up early in the morning prepping.
Yeah.
That was yesterday, I mean.
And I'm sure that Alex has been doing a similar level of grind.
Of course.
But FPX have been a difficult team to prep against.
Yang paling setan. Di mana, Bang Faris?
But with a slight twist.
Zipan kayak Mr. Incredible.
Making his move over from
Mr. Incredible gimana mukanya lah?
Even slower, even more soul-sucking, very
Pengen banget Sergio kalah di Apak. Ntar Bang, tahun depan Bang.
Well, looks like hopefully the issue is resolved. We are going to be getting back into the action here. 6 rounds in a row for FPX. We'll see if FPX anything up their sleeves. Obviously, time to reflect on what's happened thus far.
And it looks like they're going to go for some short aggression here as well. Rifles back in their hands, round 7. You've got to hold the momentum here. This is where you need to put one on the board.
Yep, fault line's going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
But just trying to trigger a response, a reaction out from FPX.
They're so passive though, Josh.
Their positions are carved in stone.
Look at how far back they are, just looking at that mini-map. I mean, not willing to give anything up. Angel has obviously lurked his way into this bit of a forward position, but now to contact reclear. It's triple face.
Clear already.
These players, are they going to be able to catch this? It's a position they know that Angel has played this way before, but the crosshair placement just immaculate mind free. Not ready for E4, even 2 kills. The clone finding it a little bit there. The flash just to block the vision. The kill does go their way, but finally the response by FPX already moving their way in.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up here. He had a timing. He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage wall popped down by Xiao as well. Trying to stop anybody that would be on the A site. But that's not where Divine and Jing are coming from.
Oh shit.
Can they really still play this one with the Vipers pit up? Sage were blocking a portion of it. The money's not good.
The game just started and then it's just so sleepy. Oh my god.
Percentage play honestly is going to be the save.
And that's a heartbreak.
Yeah.
You're 0-6 down and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the PaperX teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too.
Mereka udah tahu Bang KRN. Si FPX tuh suka maju.
When Benkai went for the first challenge, nobody there ready to trade.
Udah
to back him up.
Dibaca.
All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PaperX. Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies onto Mindfree.
Benkai ngapain ya?
The timing on the swing's not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah, bit of a solo play for them, and right back into it, of course. A bit of a pause in the tempo. This time, though, it is a timeout from PaperX.
A tactical one.
Yes.
And Alex is going to be barking out orders.
And honestly, it does feel like, Josh, PaperX has been getting baited into this incredibly passive hold. I mean, you made a comment, FPX carved in stone, it seems like, with their positionings on the mini-map so far back, playing around cage.
Ini final ya, Bang Raditya.
Willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early to try and bait out that aggression by PaperX, and it has worked, it felt like, almost every single time.
FPX are never going to make a rash decision.
No.
They are always going to ponder and think and make sure that they have it exactly how they like before they commit to a push. And I think PaperX had the right idea a few rounds ago. Going for a slower play, get an operator perhaps in Forsaken's hands, and try and...
Like that you say clean. I'm clean and sure, but you never say anything.
See, every time he plays, he will wipe his team, will wipe everything
you don't
first
need to
before he
necessarily
plays.
push out further. Although you can see a couple of pings on the map here from PaperX's
You
side.
want the key.
Udah habis, udah habis.
The kind of area that
Udah habis, Wan.
been playing in when they take showers.
Sure.
No
Udah 2 kali dia pakai.
And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage.
4 orang bunuh 2, cok. Gimana?
Could do some solid work with it.
Semuanya Suigetsu tuh belum dilempar-lempar ya.
One round on the board, I think.
And this is the chamber he put
Be one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels
Yeah.
so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time that PaperX have been able to play on the stage together.
Yeah, very true. But having players away from them never stopped them in the past.
Football taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hookah. A bit of a flash and a play into it. Angel has to dodge it though. But Hookah control is going to be gained. Now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into it. Tipad is going to be satcheling away. Another one in play to try and set himself up, but the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds an opening. Control still along, and a second one. Jing ripping off the heads. Forsaken from behind. The pincer to try and make the moves. Angel.
Aduh. Aduh, what the fuck?
Angel has just pulled out the most almighty clutch there to get them into this round, to get them favored here.
Mighty clutch.
Benkai, the IGL on PaperX, do anything similar. Only a Marshall in his hands. It was looking so good.
What a difficult ask it is. Weapon's not ideal. A bit of a jiggle. Information going to be gained. He's going for the no-scopes, but of course, perfect timing with the swings. Sugetsu takes the crossfire. Another one on the board. Brutal for PaperX.
Angel tiba-tiba jago. Dikasih makan tadi, Wan. Ini dikasih makan, gak ada yang lihat. Nih, gak ada yang lihat, Cok. Nih, tuh.
Is in a horrible spot. Grabs a 3K on the site. And I thought to myself, Brent, that's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round.
Kalau lagi kepanis ya, gaya main PaperX tuh kayak mati bakal satu-satu gitu. Tapi gila banget dari kemarin, anjing.
PaperX must be scratching their heads at this point. This time though, PaperX's players in showers have avoided the 0 point. Is this gonna bait over-aggression from Angel?
PRX. No, I want them. I want them to win.
Fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
It's everyone from FPX. It's everybody.
How the fuck you want to win this fucking map? If FPX just one tap you every single
is
Second.
absolutely brutal stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters
I want
Copenhagen.
to play like this.
And PaperX are getting choked out.
I'm ready.
They're not being given
Di counter
a
tuh.
chance.
This is what I mean by if you don't headshot them, they're going to kill you. No.
Commit to the chokehold. They've
Go
just
ahead,
been
meet
strangled
me
out
now.
of this game.
They just waiting. This one FPX smart.
Up time and time again over this tournament. That is
How?
such a nasty shot.
Oh, that's filth.
An Angel, I mean, this guy, don't get me wrong, he had a slow start to the tournament. But the past few series, he's leveled up, elevated. I mean, he's one of the oldest players we've got at the event. At this point, the oldest. That experience, I think, just showcasing itself here.
Yeah, playing against some very young players on the other side as well. And Angel is
Tapi
certainly
counter bener tuh Bang whatever.
that your skill fades away as you get older. It really
Smoke-nya Suigetsu tuh nggak langsung dilempar loh.
of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been there for so long. And he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone down short, trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel gets refused to bite.
Bit of a kill coming through, but
Lu lihat Jason kalah nembak sama Angel, cok.
oh, it's a dodgy one. The exchange of fire, eventually fighting it again, and oh, so many of these outcomes, so many of these rounds just opening up with these first kills. It all comes down to FPX again.
Ini nggak ada strateginya, Bang KRN.
Absorbing any sort of
Mereka
information,
nunggu
any
doang.
attempt of information. And here might be another one. The horn off to the side. Jing this time responds in kind. And they need to try and
Terus yang bisa bunuh cuma Jing ini.
grabbing the one.
Shao, however, has a res, and they're looking to punish Jing. He's going for it with the
Showstopper.
showstopper.
Catches onto the player. Too far around the corner. An artist of confidence is there.
Every play from PaperX has an answer. And now the res comes through, and suddenly it's a 4v2. One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way
Time though.
of the APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. The rolling thunder to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so low. Off to the side. You can't whip that. Myfrick doesn't find it. The plan don't denied. He just needs to survive. And it's not enough. Sugetsu swings and shuts it down. Light at the end of the tunnel in that round. But PaperX again
Wah, Ronnya lagi gak kenal lagi.
extinguished.
It is just impossible for PaperX to win right now. Take a look at the replay here. Benkai does an amazing job of spamming down Zipan, killing Shao, and the trade is just instant from
11-1
Sugetsu
tuh lu.
with a second on the clock.
Time was so tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen a 13-0 in a grand final. But it's looking like it.
I mean, we said at the beginning history being made. I didn't think it was going to be this.
FPX, it feels from the style that they play, they're just... Oh, now Angel mixes it up.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about how slow they are in these rounds, but FPX have just walked their way through showers with still a minute 15 to
work with. But Benkai's there ready and waiting. Orbital strike to try and clear out that space. Force the positioning, but Forsaken, he's in trouble. The flash to try and swing through Zipan. Oh, bullet to the side of the head.
awkward timings, PaperX just cannot get a read of how this flow of the game is happening.
FPX main default aja makanya.
The puppet master.
Yeah, you never anticipate that. The round 11 conditioning coming through. But it's a fast approach once more. The footsteps being heard, the season to the nade. Zipan around the corner. Avoiding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that ult, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still ticking.
Masih ada kesempatan menang nggak? Maaf, ini nggak ada.
Viper Orb again impeding them, they can't get through it. Bogged down by other utility, a stun off to the side.
Udah terlalu sakit aimnya FX tuh, lu lihat. Tuh, lu lihat. Di map ini nggak ada charge lagi ya.
FPX just have a wealth of players who are willing.
Nggak kayak biasa, itu dia mainnya kayak biasa Bang Vanich. Emang nembaknya liga kena terus di counter sama FPX ditungguin. Hah?
Yesterday, right? When I play race, I hit 2 outies.
And look at the heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak.
Anguish.
And FPX have no mercy. None whatsoever.
12 rounds. One absolute killing blow that would be. Not quite, of course, but definitely feel the analyst that's going to be scrambling for opportunities, but this is going to be the shower scrunch. Plays being made. FPX finally with the advantage they were looking for.
The first time that the set players worked, and Forsaken choosing to commit to the aggression now knocks things back with only one player advantage for FPX. So far in the tournament, they've been amazing in these situations, but this map has been
banyak kayak boom, tapi kalau boom apa Mat?
What is the response? What is the answer to this one?
Kalau lu gini pusing gak jadi gel?
When you head into that second half.
Pusing, tapi nggak pusing-pusing banget. Karena lu kalahnya di defense. Defense itu semuanya harus main, nggak bisa IGL lu nge-call. Kalau lu kalahnya di CT nggak 100% salah IGL, karena itu setiap player harus ada ide sendiri. Nggak bisa lu harapin IGL lu, karena misalkan IGL lu jaganya di A, yang di B-nya gimana anjing? Harus bikin sendiri lah. juga pernah kan bantai FPX di Bungee ya? Pernah. Ini pas agent ini juga, Cok. Mereka pakai agent yang begini juga. Tapi nggak ada anjing ya dulu. Don't pick bro. Nice Benkai.
And he does get it. The first round on the board. The final round of this first half.
And it's such a hollow victory for FPX. Not even keeping the player
siapa ya, sama si Iba apa? Gue ingat jasanya pakai Yoru tapi.
And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's
13-1
to break it all down from what we've seen thus far.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly there, Brennan. Sideshow, a bit of a slaughter. Do you guys think maybe anything to do with nerves here, perhaps, on the side of FPX?
I mean, absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd rooting for you, at least half of the crowd rooting for you, it's definitely very different. Jing's first time stepping on the stage as well, for sure.
This is so, it has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind, because it's not their gameplay that's lacking, because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they've sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here.
Suigetsu.
They're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Suigetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything that's going to be doing. They played a very passive hold. This composition that's there for FPX forces them to play this more aggressively. And then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed it most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, FPX have got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about.
Kenapa lu berani dari duelist? Karena pas Rizky masuk, karena gue udah pernah, karena gua udah dari dulu bisa main support, jadi gua mending support aja daripada dia yang belajar support.
It's an unbelievable performance from FPX.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against FPX, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes. And guess what? FPX does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately confidence gets shook against FPX.
The worry for me now, though, is that so far in this tournament, they've only lost 1 map, and they were not bodied on it. So for FPX, this is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily, this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brennan Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how FPX can get back into this.
Iya, Bang Ilyawan.
That's certainly the question, isn't it? But FPX are no strangers to being the narrative killers. They knocked out Japan in groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, a 2-time title spot. No, that's been denied as well. These guys have been battling it all the way through the lower bracket since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken, though, aggressive on the attack. Starting to build the confidence.
But still, the crossfire FPX, it's too much. Artisan Angel finally dealing with one of them. The pop flash around the corner, the buy. Confidence back under their belts, but it's down to the 2v2. Spike
Berambil jatah dulu, Ron.
planted here. The players are low. Snakebite off to the side. Devi almost going down.
3 HP.
Oh, ambil jatah sekarang.
He'll die to a cold breeze.
Positioning is not there right now for FPX, but Shaun to get to.
One of the other problems is Mind Freak's looking towards long. They have no idea where these players are coming from.
Timing is absolutely everything. Positioning known, still goes for the swing, and the shot still being found. Xiao. This guy, absolute menace in the clutch. Over and over again. And if there was any hope of FPX making their way back in this map, oh boy, scattered to the winds with that pistol round loss.
Xiao winning another 1v2 situation to put his team up onto map point.
Gila, dia mau heal aja nggak jadi aja.
With these. Winning tons of 1v1s. He's winning a third of 1v2s. That is unreal. Superstar clutch level performances. And that is it, the record broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of any Masters event. And I think they're trying to cut it short here.
GG ini first map ini GG.
They want to
Harus
go
reset.
home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
These guys have been battered and bruised, fighting their way to get to this point with substitutes.
What do you mean?
But plays still being made. FPX not slowing down. The confidence is there, right into the back of the site. Forsaken with the 2 kills they needed.
My spectre ski.
Now Artisan Zipan look to retake. They know there's a player close.
I knew it from the start that that skin is still the best skin ever. Yes.
Yeah, does Artisan still want to play for this one? That's the question.
It's going to be a new situation for FPX. Usually they're the people that... Usually they're the team that defines the pace on these.
Let's go.
Of course, PaperX.
Ebi curse ya, Ebi curse. Ebi done watching this game.
The crazy part here is, friend,
Ebi, you are cursed.
side of PaperX on this
No,
map
yeah.
is really
I never
good,
said I
but I
supporting
don't think
anyone,
we're going to be
yeah.
able to see too much of it.
FB, you are cursed. Done watching. Di sana 14-12 positif banget orangnya Owen anjing. Lebih gede nggak? Iya. Ini emang map Tero. By ini map Tero sebenarnya. Ah, ini yang taktik yang smoke backside. Nah, kan ini yang ke tower anjing. Di crossfirein loh. Lu lihat di crossfirein, Cok.
Smokes, there's so much confusion right now. Off onto the corner, Angel, you got to be joking. The wallbang angle. Shots being found, but he has to shot. Luckily, favorable fight being taken there. Benkai, another one on the board. But it's getting close, Josh.
It's the biggest comeback that PaperX would have to make. You heard it from Tom when he was talking on the desk. They've only lost one map on their run through the upper final, PaperX. It was fine. It was bind to optic, but it wasn't a blowout. It wasn't this. And they're used to winning. Domestically, they have been slaughtering their competition at home. Easily the best team in the APAC division.
APAC.
Can they dig
Because comeback of the whole series is to lose after this round.
It's not funny, Bigil.
Yeah.
Popped off there, Forsaken, going to be trying to use that. Get a bit of information. Utility coming through, pinging into the corner, a bit of a body block in action as well. Flash it to the side. Jing with the satchel.
Pinter banget anjing Jason. Di block sama dia. Mantap, Jing.
Eventually Jing is shut down in the back of the site. Forsaken trying to...
Jason dia nggak kena nembaknya, Cok.
But Angel returns it. It's down to that 3v3.
Angel got ult off the back of this.
Nervous kah Jason? Game pertama.
Angel with 4. And this could be it.
Nervous kah Jason? First map.
A kill not even needed. Molly over the top. That's going to be half under the fuse. Mind Freak, an opportunity. No one's sticking it. It's all down to him. The shot's not found, though, and FPX. Pure domination in map number 1.
Brimstone so good.
Not every day you see Jason shooting like that.
Opener from FPX. People were calling blind an easy win for PaperX, a guaranteed one on the board. Absolutely not. FPX come in with a game plan, a slight adjustment to their composition, and demolish their opposition. Every part of that was utterly clinical.
So clean. The preparation has been put in. You can tell every single player of FPX. They're here to play that championship mentality. Confidence to take.
Look, they just waiting here, and then they just killing people.
Yeah, absolutely it was. An angel, and it ends up at the top of the scoreboard. Just choosing to take the game into his own hands, especially in the final round there.
Lu tau nggak si Alex kalau marah-marah tuh nggak bisa didengar sebenarnya. Dia cuma ngoceh-ngoceh sama diri dia sendiri.
Despite the 2 map veto disadvantage that they came into the grand finals with.
Just absurd. An absurd performance overall as well. And honestly, it's only going to get harder, isn't it, for PaperX? You're heading into the map pick of FPX. Let's send it down to a short break. On the other side of things, our analyst desk is going to be setting up the rest of this series in the grand finals.
I know how to paper.
Analis PaperX harus kerja keras. Lu nggak nggak peduli coach lu kerja keras atau analis lu kerja keras, kalau lu cuma di hold terus lu dibunuhin, di one-tap-one-tapin, kepala lu gak ngaruh, cok. Kok lu tahu lu emang lu kena master, lu gak pernah ikut turnamen, goblok. Itu kalau coach yang bisa ngomong enak banget, tiap ronde aja, ngapain mereka ngambil time out, goblok. Yang pick map bench siapa? Prek. Gak peduli, cok, lu mau coach lu sejago apapun. Tapi kalau lu pas main nembaknya lagi gak kena, terus musuhnya one tap lu mau ngomong apa anjing?
They should not bottom right though. That why bottom right.
Ya sih, when you see Jason -9.
I see before, but he never have 88 ETR only.
Look at Angel, the IGL top frag.
Wow, so good. Wow, only Adis never tag anyone but got the kill.
Amin, Bang Rapli.
Thank you banget.
What the fuck?
Pass
Jing name is so Chinese. Wang Jingji.
Jingji.
Yeah, J G Y E.
Jingji.
Jingjie.
I am Jing E. He is Jingji. Wow, my brother.
Jing E, the fattest girl. Imagine being a Jing E.
Why you mean?
So fat.
He also so fat like me.
Tapi sumpah, cok, bukannya si Jing sama si Abi tuh mirip anjing.
Are you sure?
No, your face look alike.
No, I'm prettier.
Because you are girl. If
So
Jing
what?
girl, he gonna be pretty too. How can you say you pretty when you have such a fat chick?
I'm prettier than Jing. Jing only
Sebutin
cute.
dream team lo. Aduh,
We
udah
are the
pernah, udah
cutest
sering bang.
girls.
Tuh anak TikTok mana ada mirip ke Abi, goblok. Gak ada mirip-miripnya anjing. Sas apa, cuk?
I'm so sorry to laugh. Everything. I mean, they didn't feel comfortable on the stage, didn't feel comfortable with the comp that they chose, and it was really, really difficult for any of the players, I think, on PaperX to get going. With that being said, the entire game plan that they had, the aggressive...
Kau believe gak?
Are showers sitting back over towards Fountain.
Apaan?
I know you're gonna come running down at some point. This is something that they
Apaan bangsat sih? Apaan bangsat?
Apaan bangsa?
Bangsat. Bang.
Bangsat.
I think the thing as well is just that clearly
Bangsat.
played a few times now. I think they
Kamu
will have for this
bangsat.
in the tournament. I've even looked into what they would have to do if they faced off against her, and I think FPX are the masters of having someone like Doombros who he's a sweaty nerd. He sits there all night long and he goes, "Do you know what? I found these few things, Angel." And Angel goes, "Oh, cheers. Did you have a nice sleep?" And he's like,
Nani.
Huh?
Yesterday, you know, I playing Phoenix, right?
Yeah, and
And
then
then, right, I'm beating so hard, you know? Because we cannot even enter the
oh my
site.
god.
Then
You
I'm
kill 3 and
flashing.
then you baiting.
Then I'm flashing, right? You know, I flash every single round. No one won at all. I do the pop flash, you know, not the one that you can see the flash come out, you know. I do the pop flash because last time I know how to play, I know how the flash work, right? And then people did not see the flash coming but did not win. And then every round, right, after I 0 kill, right, and then I go high five with my wrist. My wrist also bottom frag like me. Haha. My race 3 kill, I 4 kill.
Oh my god.
He only have 30 ADR, you know, means he never even take the guy feet. High five with him every round, and then he do it right.
You're so stupid. Kata Mama Jing, kau IB dijual buat
We already losing.
Rio anjing. Lucky I never play with you anymore.
Yeah, I gonna pick Phoenix again. It's okay, you know. Even though we're losing so hard, but my teammate not toxic. And then every
Kenapa
round
suara
I
dikit
high
gitu?
five with my
Tanya
goalies.
bapak lu goblok.
Finally, they've given us a preview of what it looks like to counter what the team.
Yeah,
I'm really getting ahead of myself.
This is what I always say. It's a marathon. It's a best of 5.
It could be a sprint.
We could be here for a while. While we're at it, though, we're going to take a look at the AIM Lab shoot-around. We have this in the fan zone here in the forum. A lot of fans went to try their hand and see what kind of score they could get here. Yeah, this is not bad so far. What do you guys think?
I think it's awful. Honestly, I think someone needs to.
Using the right sense.
Oh no.
Dang, no, actually.
Wow, Bolster in map so good, eh?
It's not so good, yeah. It's normal.
I couldn't even do that.
Yeah, you cannot do that because you are noob.
Oh, yeah, this lah.
Yeah, no.
Mimi's in the crowd as well. Mimi's going to destroy some of the scores there on AIM Lab. I am sure of it, but as we've been saying, potentially
Mereka ceweknya Boster kayak nggak pernah. Mereka berdua nggak pernah ngomongin di depan publik. Profesional banget. Ah, susah anjing. Icebox lagi. Yeah?
I want to do something I always do right now, but we cannot tell in the stream, okay? So
Okay.
I will go now. Bye.
Bye-bye. Because your son is inhuman. Dia emblem-nya 40.000 anjing. Cerita kok ketemu di CSGO gua. Icebox FPX bukannya jago. Ya jago, tapi gimana ya? Makanya gua gak bisa ngomong anjing. Yang ngalahin FPX itu Fnatic, which is the best Icebox team di dunia. FPX kalahnya lawan di Icebox mulu lawan Fnatic. Makanya kemarin di ban sama mereka tuh. Tapi mereka lawan Optic menang. Lawan Artisan menang, lu lihat. Cuman lawan Fnatic 4 kali cok gak pernah menang cok, gila. 4 kali cok gak pernah menang cok. Lu lihat tuh. Tebak pick agent, easy banget. Jason Jet, Jinx HG, Fade, Benkai, bukan Benkai. Iya Benkai. Viper Aaron. Chamber sih, Davai. Ya kan? Sage, Chamber, Jet, Fit, sama Viper, bener. Salah semua, palelu. Enggak, FPX masih pakai Jet anjing. Masih pakai Jet bang satu. Goblok. Panas apa dah itu stage sampai bawa anduk? Enggak. Kalau bawa anduk bukan berarti stage-nya panas. Tangannya basah. Lu kalau main di AC pun tangan lu bakal basah. Coba bentar reset ini. Halo Bang Arman Maulana Syarkani. Kenal Bang Kecap. Emang panas? Iya panas. Maksud gua mau kalaupun dingin, tangan lu tetap bakal basah. Buka Discord pun kadang basah tolol. Pakai bedak bang, nggak enak. Pegang mouse-nya nggak enak kalau pakai bedak. Jadi licin dong. Tuh. Salah pala lu peyang. Bener semua tuh tebakan gua. Copenhagen itu full AC. Suka-suka lu Bang Biklau. Alexi kemana? Nggak tahu anjing.
I asked you this before, Bala. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX that they could have that much prep, but they don't have that much prep of this icebox here. So is that an advantage leading towards FPX?
I think for sure. Like hiding the strategy.
Alexi habis ketemu KD. Iya dia waktu itu ngomong. Katanya dia bakal ketemu KD.
Crew, yes, let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand finals, and it is FPX's map pick. These guys.
Absen bang gimana Gyogakunya enak. Lu yang tadi ya Bang Reski ya? Bang Reski Pozon lu yang panggil lu tadi ya? Ngepop ke gua. Body KD kayak model sumpah. Gua kurang suka tapi sama gua nggak tahu badannya. Kayak dia terlalu frontal anjing orangnya. Gua nggak suka cewek yang terlalu frontal lah bangsat. Cantik sih anjing. Tapi terlalu frontal. Sepelor bangsat. Soundnya ada wall. Kayaknya juga belum tentu suka sama lu. Gue bukan ngomongin KD doang anjing. Cewek-cewek yang kayak KD gitu. Gak tidur seminggu lu ban. Tolol. Nice.
Into the fray, around on the board, and it's the pistol.
a huge start mentally for FPX to get themselves back into this series and believe that they can win these maps. Take a look at how this one goes down. Xiao trying to put the wall up in front.
He was going to do that.
But they had players in these post-plant kind of setups. And that's a bit of the hype that you need to see.
You got to see it.
Nice, let's go.
Joy in their game. That started to trickle out a little bit on Bind.
They're a team that really do relish the opportunity to play with that limited pressure. Just come here, have a bit of fun, you know. The goal, make champions, maybe take it a bit further, but here on the global stage,
nice.
The opportunity to try and grasp it.
Great engagement from Forsaken, taking so much space. And Jing is right there as well. Getting run down by Xiao. But that's easily traded.
Oh, Jason udah gila nih.
Swapping around a weapon.
Jason.
Actually giving it all up. Still doesn't matter, does it?
And Sugetsu gets 2 deaths on the board.
KB frontal enggak?
Quicker than previously on Bind.
Yep.
Kayak dia bilang Jollibee enak banget. Emang ya? Gue mau coba sih. Gue belum pernah coba. Tapi cobanya yang langsung dipinil. Dipinil lagi, dipinoy.
Actually, it's going to be Forsaken and Jing still. Jing on Sage is going to be running you down a lot. So you've got this triple threat that FPX are going to have to try to deal with on their defense side.
Yeah, a lot of his play is going to be on top of his own walls, but it's the bonus round for FPX.
Little mid to B setup. A set play perhaps coming out on the bonus here.
Board over the top. No play's been revealed. In fact, the Cloudburst just cutting off that angle and Zipan, what a shot!
Using the information that was given to him.
Mau gimana cok kalau nembaknya begitu tayo, what the fuck?
But it's an instant pivot, isn't it? FPX don't want to waste any time here with the wall being straight up. Xiao, of course, you're taking that fight to spray down.
Bagus banget
but damage is definitely starting to get done.
What an awesome punish by Xiao to be able to get one back off.
Spike's not even down as well, Josh.
Bai moves forwards, get caught by Sugetsu.
How do you regain position here? That's a good start with Sugetsu falling, but the double up again.
Nyari Gabriel.
What a play being made, but now shut down still.
Nggak tahu gue. Nggak ada tujuan kalau mau ke Pinoy mah. Masa ke Pinoy cuman mau makan Jollibee anjing.
He's been such a playmaker for this team, finding them impact kills in the mid-round clutches as well. The point of him being on top of his wall, if you start to break
Have never seen Icebox at Master Copenhagen.
Xiao is going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at him, that have their spray all.
Sekiraman langsung pala, iya itu dia.
He's always going to be favored there unless you expect it.
Already you're seeing those adjustments by FPX. Playing hard and fast to try and deny that post plan from even getting set up. Aggressive approach once more. Haunt onto the top there. It's going to get pre-fired, so no information really going to be gained.
And Jing is going to be loving to search for these early kills, but it actually feels to me like Artis is going to be the player under pressure. You see where Forsaken is, the tip of the spear for FPX. And Artis, he's getting caught. Expecting the jiggle and Devi is there.
Great opener.
And that spreads the defensive side thinner over towards B. Zipan's still got a
Kepinay foto sama si Razi. Apahin bangke.
Prowler's just going to go to the left side of the yellow box with the wall up. Plan trying to get denied there. Yeah.
Sabar Jing, nice.
That's good. What an awesome play.
Yeah, pushes them away.
Underhand throw from the fragment grenade, making sure that it can still tack onto Jing.
They do eventually get that plant down though, and still Devi holding down this long sight angle. Operator and mid is being watched. Xiao, what a kill to find.
Look at this swing as well. Oh, Angel. I thought
hello.
Flash push. Tries to make the play, but Res online once more gonna hold it though. Positioning no.
Jing.
Xiao wins out that fight.
Nice.
Claim the second. FPX shrugging off. Awful approach to that first map that they had. Here to play now, Josh, on Icebox.
They're already finding some really nice answers. Artis' aggression was a very crucial element of how they managed to play against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what Xiao was going for.
Up yellow, up yellow, up yellow.
That puts FPX onto an eco. It's got to be the first eco that they've played in the series.
Feels like it, yeah.
I mean,
Ma favorit apa?
Track, but one would assume, you know.
Yeah, they just demolished.
Ma favorit gua kayaknya sekarang. Kalau dulu Haven. Kayaknya masih Haven deh.
But Does everybody here from FPX
Yang benar-benar favorit Heaven kayak.
over-rotate with only pistols in their hands?
Yeah.
See if they can
Sama
get
Xbox,
more
sama
than
Xbox.
a hit.
Stacking the side. There was a moment though, Angel having to re-clear and watch mid just in case. Player lurks their way in. Positioning gain, that sees, and it's latched onto him. Look at that off to the side. They know it. Now with the positioning there, Shao tries to wiggle around with the movement, the play being made.
Gila naik dia. Ya Allah, ini bocah bangsat. Ini Jing bangsat banget anjing, gak ngotak. Sagi tempur anjing.
Forsaken's extremely weak as well.
Really dangerous.
Updrafting, trying to escape.
No way does he survive this. Snakepipe bringing him down to 7 HP. Now the knife across the side. The plan still not going down. But now finally they can get into it. But positioning is still there. FPX over the top. Zipan.
Kok bisa sampai dua sih?
The sheriff got a reload against the wall now. And he knows roughly where the players are. Divide. Off to
Nice.
the back. But Forsaken,
Gila,
great
Jason
swing
darat
to try and shut
7
down
bunuh 2.
any sort of that nasty business they were getting up to.
And that's an actually fairly close eco round for FPX. But Forsaken was
Belum bisa Bang Society.
and I think that speaks to the mentality they've come into this map with. Despite all of the damage that got done to Forsaken, 7 health, still pushes through the Viper Wall, still ready to trade on Divide.
There's a watch party in Singapore.
They are starting to believe, as are the players, I think.
Yeah, I think
they've forced a timeout from FPX.
they have. Take a breather now, FPX. Wondering, okay, well, I guess that map won momentum. Scoreline domination that we managed to achieve. I guess it doesn't mean too much. But this is what I wanted to see, honestly, Josh, from PaperX coming into this.
Heaven map CT atau
You can't turn up to the grand
Tero?
finals.
Map Tero.
Willing to play with that confidence that you've shown the entire
8.000 Udin.
I totally agree.
Itu yang jadi killjoy Abi ya Ban.
Simply a case of PaperX's aggression getting countered.
Yang mana?
And they didn't exactly have anything to fall back on.
Ini kalau sampai jam 5 kira-kira kelar jam berapa?
We know that this team
Jam 4 lah.
has more than just aggressive
Bang
self-control.
Maheswa.
We've seen
Maheswara.
fantastic mid-round aid by Benkai. Awesome lurking by people like Forsaken even when he's on
Jam
the
2 enggak.
And Mind Freak has been one of
Kayaknya kalau map 5 jam 4.
You'll have to have that discussion with Shao throughout this series.
Kecuali mainnya tetap sama ngeras-ngeras doang. Tapi FPX lama mainnya.
And finding a map where it works. Forsaken looking like he wants to monitor some kind of aggressive push. No, he's going to go for the double up draft play with his knives.
Play some in hand, seeing if he can catch anybody. Just peeking their head over Boiler. No bites.
Nothing ya.
Adjustment here, you can see Artisan now. Got his tour de force in hand. Playing towards Beeman. That information, that jump peak gets risky.
There's barely a shred of Jing's head showcase though. He's just managing to find good information about where Artis is positioned. There are so many different angles that Artis can play.
Bain bukannya map CT, map Tero, Bain.
A rough area that he's rendezvous for.
The way that they're playing
Mampus lu
this, Artis is
goblok.
denied. The Prowler latches on, it gives Jing the sight line, and the confidence is there. One step further, all the way into the back of A.
Mantap, Jing lagi kena banget ini. Mampus lu. Gimme ace, gimme ace.
And there's your first ace of the grand finals there. And I think it's fair to say PaperX have woken up.
Brainless Sage, but kill 5.
I'm gonna go quietly into the night, not yet.
Jing 11 and 5 off the back of the ace. He was still positive even before this though. What a punish onto Ardis, who had a Prowler going towards him and no
He don't care, just run.
And then Jing just keeps going,
This is that trademark aggression.
W-nya di Jing diinjek.
An artist shut down.
Apaan tuh, what the fuck?
More. The fight being taken instantaneously. A dash forwards and his paper.
Mampus lu, udah mulai alay lu, PaperX lu, sumpah. Udah mulai pede lagi anjing.
Good shot by Shao. But overall, I mean, Forsaken is just so far forwards. They are incredibly confident taking these swings. But that does mean there's only 2 players now on site.
Still could get dicey.
And the risks!
Still could get dicey.
The risks that they've taken may come back to bite them here. Getsu with a Vandal.
Yep,
What the fuck is this?
A bit of an upgrade for him.
Not just that, the ultimates here.
Yeah, Nightfall for a Nightfall traded out across the board to swings again. But it is the post-plant setup. Mindfreak has it ready and waiting. The Orb Angel
Nice.
will do the job. It got incredibly close. Speaks elements, I think, to the real power behind these FPX players, the individual talent that they can make it that close even when they're on just those share of thighs.
And that, I think, is where the danger's starting to come. Listen, FPX is still in control of this map, for sure. They're up 6-1. But you can tell the tendency is to keep going and keep going.
Uncle. He called Angel Uncle.
They're getting overwhelmed.
He called Angel Uncle.
Fantastically for FPX on their attack side buying. This ability to punish the aggression just hasn't been coming through.
Lu lihat dikejar anjing orang lagi ulti di updraft di dash.
It's almost like they were ready for it. And look, forced off the high ground, Togetsu has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
And that's huge info. Do they clear Shao as well? Not quite.
Oh, slight timing. The spam with the Vandal. It reveals him and face Seiken. Wants to try and take the fight anyway. Moves through off the ropes. A bit of noise being made as well as you step into that slow orb.
That's Benkai.
Mati lu Sugetsu, goblok mati lu. Ngeliat atas apa lu?
Back into a 3v3. These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for some kind of mid-round. Mindfreak has a position at bottom tube. And they choose not to get detected by the 0 point. Can Mindfreak find an opening here in the map? The defense spreads so thin.
That was his cue, I think, as well. All the big information gathering tools of FPX. The Haunt and the Knife was used a couple of seconds prior. And Mindfreak could get some serious value.
How does the timing work here? Can he find a way past Zipan?
On the stairs, not necessarily favored, and Zipan. Bit of a reset there, the aim, he finds it in the end. Crosshair placement's good as Angel hears him on the top of the ropes. But now he's trapped off to the side, up to Divide. 1v3 and no time to really make anything of it.
A good response exactly when needed for FPX. Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round. Being able to collect that flank from Mindfreak, the lurk through mid. It also immediately told them that it was going to end A.
30 seconds
As soon as you see the Viper push through mid like this, you know that they're trying to wrap a player that's anchoring. And Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Okay. Great answer for FPX.
Let's go. You want op? I have.
You just heard Angel say as well. Get the op, get the op. And
Now
Ardis
the buddy
says,
asking you.
I have. Don't worry. So now Ardis with the operator, moving himself over to green.
We've seen this in prior matches.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking about it, looking to try and pre-fire it.
Pick, Sugetsu.
Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a Cloudburst.
Counterplay upon counterplay. The adjustments that each team is making. Obviously, the dash was enabled, has to spend it. Moves to the side, and the wall is forced out early. Burst down. Not going to be stopping him. In fact, Shao's ended up offloading a boatload of utility. Orb and a snake bite just to try and prevent too much from happening with the rendezvous though. Back to safety, but the Viper's pit is down. FPX want to be fighting over this one. Tooth for nail, but the positioning. Sugetsu reveals it.
I got the
I believe the Trace is just showing exactly where he might be, and Divide is doing all sorts of work.
FPX are going to have to be cautious here, but they have such a player advantage. Try and fake out a little bit more counterplayers Forsaken there with a tap.
Where do they plan this one? Zipan! Off to the side!
Where did that come from?
3 kills!
What a play!
Can't reset it enough though. Benkai finally shuts this guy down. A menace. An absolute defining factor potentially in this round. And finally, a Nightfall to push the players back. No sound cues online. Ardis, you're anybody taking this one, but Mindfreak so close underneath time. Running so low.
Tadi aja
Come
Benkai.
down to absolutely anything, but with the Horn revealing it. Down, dropping to the
Dua
side.
orang.
Now the 1v1. Shao has been so good.
So menang nih kayaknya. Oh nice.
But the shot is found.
Dia lihat atas aja. Yeah, he look up, you know.
Finally able to deny Shao in the clutch.
Aron bau ya, Aron lagi bau nih.
HyperX almost let that one slip away from them after doing so well here. But their determination is just a gorgeous 3K. But throughout that entire round, HyperX were determined to get the spike down in only one location. And I think FPX are already reading into that. The amount of utility they are dumping into the position next to Generator, they're never afraid of anything else.
Itu kah manis?
Push them away, but now again, aggressive play into
No.
FPX showing some different shades, I think, towards their Icebox gameplay. Walking up. They can hear that trademark, but his aggression once more being played.
Jangan takut.
Being taken, backs away into his rendezvous and Tippin with the re-clear, but the trade online, and so is the resurrection.
Blason.
The advantage just turned around.
Cloudburst trying to get them out safely.
Sial banget anjing.
Still there, holding a different angle. Surely Angel doesn't get that as well. It's back to a 3v3 with guns, I think, available to collect.
Gives him the
Resurrect, able to come up. One each in the round, and that gives FPX the player advantage.
Walking into this one, and they should know the noise being made that this is leaning towards the A site now. The plant, no players within the vicinity to try and disrupt this one. But it is that player advantage. FPX are working with it. Not the best weapons for the job, but 2 rifles still might be good enough for them. A flash to try and clear through, making sure nobody's holding. The post-plant positioning will be incredibly difficult to deal with.
They need to break this wall. Zipan's running through, trying to make himself the bait here. But he's just run out of the null command. Drops permanently, and Jim with the third.
What an angle to find, and a TP back away. Divine to the 1-2. A slow, patient approach. And it nets him the kill, it nets him the round.
NT.
And that is a thrifty.
Apa sih sakit, Bah?
Barely brought anything into that round. And yet, every eco has been so dangerous.
Lu lihat, cok nembaknya enak banget anjing.
Sugetsu landing shots like that can't hurt either.
Just outstanding.
Look how calm he is.
Throughout this entire tournament, obviously coming in late, FPX were playing with subs, trying to earn their spot to even get to this point. Buying time for Sugetsu to get here.
And none of their players experienced at an International Masters before.
No,
but you wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
Been denied too many times in the past, but this fight that could be taking place. The jump peak. Drops down. Zowie finds it.
Chamber div makan tuh anjing. Di-pick lu. Lu di-pick lu, goblok.
And this is the aggressive plays that he's known for.
You cannot predict Jing. And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close.
Bye, udah bye.
Applying so
Udah 30 lu ngemis tuh bye.
Even a fraction.
Oh my goodness.
And just playing with it. Playing with it! FPX have gone from getting crushed on bind to playing with their food on Icebox.
It's relentless. It's like we're watching a different team. You know, drop off when it comes to the confidence. Jing just willing to take every single fight. We mentioned it prior, this guy.
Lu lihat dia ngol begitu dia naik gak? Bangke banget dia orang sumpah.
Issues, players having COVID, having to play in isolation. This is Jing's first time playing on the stage here, and it's in the grand finals.
It can't be easy, but he makes it look it.
Get out of my way.
Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX has been looking exceptionally dangerous.
Playstorm whiffing, still.
Iya, nge-whiff mulu Ardis. Udah lu makan aja Ardis. Tengil banget anjing dia ngomong apa tadi ya? Oh iya. Apa sih dia ngomong DRK, Isley, El Diablo, 4 second, you are next. Padahal yang main dari kemarin Surgeisu mulu anjing.
Still not ideal, but it is the final round for them. Sugetsu comes through. Rifle is good enough. Jing rewarded with that resurrect, a clean finish to the first half.
How many resurrects has Jing had? That's the third that I've counted at least. He just seems to put more and more.
Gue baru sadar. FPX mainnya cuman ke A doang anjing, tapi menang mulu bangsat. Cuman ke A bangsat, ke A nggak pernah ke B.
happen on map number 1. We're used to seeing
Camade cuma
Shao
1 ronde
throw,
tadi.
and who knew that there was a man in this tournament that can top the stuff that Shao's brought us. Jing, absolutely incredible.
He's been insane. What a turnaround to go from getting stopped on binds to first came on stage as well, and then to put up this performance on Sage, who early in the tournament he played against Guild, and it was potentially his worst map.
He's not got as many assists, you know. Like, that's at least one positive from the
Healing
game.
himself, how dare he?
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe less assists means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner.
Yeah,
That's what you call it. But
I
no,
love it.
King
Imagine
Jing.
ending a half 18-10. You end the half 18-10 and you're a battle stage. I mean,
It's just the way that they're actually playing, though. It's like he's not giving them a moment's rest. Like this in particular,
that
it's
was
just like you can't even predict that if you're on the other side. And I don't feel like a lot of this is like deep calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Yeah, I think this is Jing's great understanding of positioning, angles, and timing most importantly, because some of these times where it looks like he's about to int, he is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and it's really, really fun to watch.
Is it in though if you kill 2 and then die? Is that in?
Absolutely not.
It's only inting after you've killed the second and then you carry on. Then it still counts.
Overheating.
He got 5 in 1 round. That was all right. Not bad.
Too bad. The man does well. Look, this is a stark difference from the previous map. Their pace has kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace, and that was not very present in Bind. So I think this is
Ini map
something
CT
to
baru
maybe
anjing.
they've shaken off a bit of the nerves as well. Jump around, you know, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage. They go, all right, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to do things. Looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side though for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind of swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from FPX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back into this map now. I'm very excited, Brandon Saisho, to get into the second half.
We'll see what answers FPX have got for us here heading into map number 2. Of course, they're leading the series here in our grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. The FPX definitely rebounding with great confidence.
And look at Ardis all the way down at the bottom of the scoreboard. He was the player that came alive on Chamber when FPX played against Optic here, dominating Ye on this side of the map, in fact, able to have so much impact on the attack. And to me, I think FPX just took him out of the game completely. It barely allowed him to play.
Yeah, one of the heavy hitters of the entire tournament, honestly. Ardis has been powering his team through many a moment, but this pistol round, it is a very slow beginning. As expected, FPX, this is how they like to play on their attack sides.
Slow, cautious, spread these.
Semoga beres menang lah biar nggak ngaruh Bang Society.
Opportunities happening here, and Ardis is taking his headhunter over towards the chamber.
Sampai champion Bang Maheswara. What you say?
That was a Prowler being used in mid as well, so doesn't latch on to anybody. FPX are pretty certain, I think, that nobody.
You have COVID?
Just yet.
But FPX are gearing up for an exec here. Looking like they want to hit A.
Ah?
Benkai's already read it. Gets back into position, ready.
I cannot hear you talk louder.
It's about disrupting this one as it comes through now. The Horn onto the back. That is going to be Mindfreak revealed. Barely gets away with his life, and a Horn for a Horn, but that is through the wall. Benkai's found. What is that? Just ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly traded, still coming through and right into the snake bite. The trap laid down. Mindfreak, he's got all the utility to cut off any sort of attempt of space, and time running so low now for them. A jump peek round the corner, Ardis gets it. Mindfreak though, still that nuisance down to the 1v1.
Nggak mungkin dong Jason kalah dong.
Spike will go down, Angel whips it around Forsaken.
Nice.
He's good for it. Taking the defuse as well and sending FPX into double digits. And this map
What you say?
almost like a mirror.
Your mic's so bad.
Okay, ada lagi.
What you say?
I'm sneezing.
Oh. You test already? Go test. Go test now.
Obviously not ideal, but it's about as even a fight as you're going to get at this point. You need every single round you can get. Lineup on point here. You're going to see
They
this
should not
fight
kill
more,
you.
trying to deny some space, probably at the back on rafters. Quite close as well. It's not going to be latched.
Nggak dipecahin sama Jing.
Targets, but maybe information's gained. With the Viper walls up, no time wasted. It's pace and aggression. That's the name of the game, Artis. Great kill to find onto Jing. This guy has been so dominant over the course of this map.
Oh.
Taking him out is a major win condition. Mindfreak's going to come around up the top. They know roughly where Zipan is. What? And he still finds one. Goes 1-for-1 up at the back. And now Shao repositions.
This reposition so smart, and the flank just being watched down. Forsaken shut down. Can't make it happen. Benkai was aware though. The rendezvous, the shot's whiffing.
That's the escape artist we know and love. He's in, he's out.
And just like that, FPX come back into it, clawing their way into the map.
But still a major journey to go if they want to even draw things level here on Icebox. But you can start to see how Artis is able to have much more impact on the attack side. Strangely enough, playing chamber.
One enemy remaining.
Pushing in at the tip with his team, taking advantage of all of the utility that they're throwing. And his job is just to get those entries.
Yeah. Use the rendezvous to get back a little bit as well, but the money situation looking a bit better now for FPX. Really eco taken by FPX, of course, and as you can see some dodgy plays being made. That is the show's okay. Shorty play.
Digigit sama Angel nggak?
Shut down, I believe that was a prowler in his face, but Jing still close here, ready and waiting. Is there going to be any sort of clear? It's there.
FPX is so diligent with these things. We saw it in the game against Optic as well. They just check every position.
The power of this team, always holding the crossfires, always knowing which angles they should be watching to help their teammates get into those spots. Incredibly good against those eco rounds. They don't let it get.
Biasa terlalu irit ekonomi, jadi
But that's
stay
not
with
what's
Gus.
coming up right now.
Kayaknya dia nggak expect dia apa musuhnya bakal beli cok.
Have an opportunity to tip the balance back into their favor again and stop any kind of streak that FPX might be looking to build. There's ults to work with too here, but I'm looking at the positioning of their players, wondering if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
Same similar default on the defense side that we just saw with the horn over the top.
But it is some aggression over towards A. Jing and Forsaken holding this area pretty aggressively, gives them the idea that there's no one really here.
Taking belt. We've seen this before when they played in the regional games, not at this tournament, of course. First time that they're playing Icebox, still a fight being taken place. The shot rattled off. Damage was done prior. And the Benkai, FPX, they're ripping them to shreds.
Awesome position that Benkai's holding up there.
Bagus banget posisinya.
Able to throw out all of his information, play a high-low setup over with Divide. It's all left in the hands of Xiao, who only had a Guardian to work.
Mau beli AWP.
Squeeze, man. What a squeeze.
Iya bisa jadi. Tapi nggak beli juga sih Jason.
Everything worked on both sides of the map. The aggression that you see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards Belt, and on the other side,
mau beli Vandal itu second round.
Choosing a high-low setup where they can spam down these players that are trying to take B. Everything in the game plan working here for FPX. And it's forced an FPX timeout.
It certainly has.
FPX's utility is so diligent when they go towards B. Angel uses prowlers, haunts, seizes, everything to try and stop people who might be playing aggressively and catching them. But what they weren't ready for was Benkai and Divide holding to stop them even getting the plant down. Not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of B, but sitting back on site, spamming them down. And at that point, FPX have already used a lot of their utility.
Icebox is an interesting one. In terms of the way the map plays out.
Pengen lah, goblok. Masa nggak pengen? Tolol. Tartar di Istanbul. Michael gua.
Yeah, on Icebox the attackers don't start with much map control. You don't have access to, you don't have control rather of mid or either of the extremities early. You've got to go and take them. You've got to go and fight for them.
It's going to be that buy round on either side.
It looks like aggression again from FPX. This is the setup we had before. With Jing flooding forwards into the top, taking the rope. He's slightly slow on it.
Titik permadani terbang.
Still gonna get that duo set up. and they buy time for them to get into position.
Gue beliin dagingnya di Salt Bay, lu, Mat, di Turki, tapi yang murah aja, yang kayak $10 gitu. Lagi nih, udah. Ini icebox ya guys ya, 11.5. Mainlah di Gamer Paradise, tolol. Oh sudah GH, belum. Hebat Nazar jika aku ke Turki.
When you're not particularly favored, and look at how ready they were for this. Prime game went flawless, keeping all the guns moving into the next round. They just knew it was coming.
And there is a snake bite that's being thrown there by Mindfreak that might be used as somewhat.
Alex selalu ngomong sendiri.
Even in the rounds where they don't want to go for aggression, he's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it.
Nazarnya pulang ke Palembang jalan kaki.
Actually, mid of Forsaken again.
Yeah.
Enggak.
An operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
Jika aku ke Turki, aku janji akan delete Discord. Ya.
A headshot is done, yeah, but barely any damage.
Wow, you can't be kidding me, man!
How is Zipan getting 2 out of that? Jumping onto a box.
That had to have just been threaded right between the legs, surely. That had to have been it. And the resurrect, of course, it's online. Kill Prior not even going to be mattering now.
Gua hapus semuanya. Gua hapus semuanya, bos.
And Mindfreak looking to be the one going for it.
Again, FPX is so diligent. The utility to try and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mindfreak
in a 3v5.
Ya. Sugetsu oke banget anjing.
To the back, Horns on top of it. Benkai, a monstrous task ahead of him to try and push back the onslaught. Surrounded on almost every single side.
30 seconds left.
It doesn't particularly look doable.
No.
But they have the funds to be able to commit to this and still buy for the next round. So Benkai and Divine might try and make this just a little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any of it today.
A triple push over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit footsteps all around him. There's nowhere to watch. Who can blame him?
And Zipan gets 4 in the round, but it's the first 2 that confused me.
A shot.
A jump peek up
Ini
onto the box.
ngasih juara kalau monitor aja dipakai nonton gitu. Mana ada gue nonton di PC aja, gue nonton di HP, bos.
Jumped over the op shot. Didn't realize he was an acrobat.
Sipannya ini sekarang yang jago nih bangsat.
Just that bit more dangerous, I think, for FPX.
It absolutely is. FPX are now starting to snowball ultimates as well. They've been very
snowball.
diligent on these anti-eco rounds.
Kayak gue yang kalah di apa namanya, Cok?
No strangers to these kind of plays being happening as well. That was a snake bite and a seize happening.
Gue kalah di fracture gara-gara 1 lawan 5. Jadi kalah gamenya bangsat. Iya, Aaron udah lagi banyak duit ini, makanya dia nggak kena-kena nembaknya. Menang nih Jason nih. Pinter banget anjing. Dia udah tahu dia dari mid.
A bit of a read, the crosshair placement is there for a wider swing, but he dashes back, and now he knows it, but still, the noise being cut down over the top Sugetsu. Does he know about this repositioning?
Jago anjing Jason.
Of course he does. Forsaken playing that one beautifully to take HyperX up to map point. 12 on the board now, and that's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft, and I'm sure he's glad he still had the updrafts available to win this one out on the A retake.
Right up above, perfect with the repositioning, wasn't it? Gets to even managing to land a couple of those shots off onto him, but a thrifty win puts them on that map point.
Udah kalau angle itu bisa menang makanya.
This time though, the horn over the top, spam through the wall. Jing pushed up, didn't even expect this one, right?
Jing ada res, Jing. Jing anjing. Lu mampus lu di fight sampai depan lu. Bapak lu juga digas ini sama mereka berdua anjing.
all the way pushed up. They want to end it right here, right now.
Devi's on the ropes.
This is just absurd.
Oh, Angel nggak denger.
Dodges back, but surely he's going to open himself up to an angle here. No, eventually backing away with the rendezvous, and he's just distracted. The distraction from the back mind freak. What an opening! What a timing to catch. And it's down to Angel.
Ah, mungkin menang Angel ini anjing.
Angel with it all to do. Mind
mungkin menang.
The crowd to fight as well. 86 health, though he does have the spike. Silently moves his way over.
30 seconds.
Nggak mungkin menang ini.
He might be allowed a free
Satu-satu.
here, Brent. He's just walking backwards, though. Into the sideline of Devi. And that puts PaperX back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get them back on.
Got a game to play, son. Even in the series, 1-1 apiece. The grand finals. Not quite so one-sided. The biggest fan of PaperX, right up close and personal.
He's got flags for both teams, I'm sure. That is a great response. Not only in the manner that it was 13-7, but also the level of aggression that they showcased without getting punished too much. You had all of the same diligence coming out from FPX. Yeah. They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did at times. And yet you still had moments like this. Jing pulling out an ace, going for play after play.
Just outlandish stuff. All over the map. Don't get me wrong, FPX looking like they were clean, just trying to answer back, crawl their way into the map at hand, but even out eventually.
And you just can't let yourself get to that kind of deficit where one eco round and that's it, that's the map. At this kind of type of level, it's the tiniest of fractions that will make the difference. And like the Des was saying at the beginning, every map is winnable. It's just what you bring to the table. Yeah. And you're already starting to see the two teams' different styles.
And who knows which direction this series is going to be going, man. The maps are just going to get even more crazy. We're going to go to a short break, and of course on the other side, our analyst Des breaking down all the action and setting us up for that crucial map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Yang mana? Yang mana? Wan. Stref yang mana? Bocil kumon buff. Cuma anjing ini yang plus nih. Fracture sih kayaknya menang FPX deh. Kalau ini map kelima, kalau ke map kelima FPX juara. Kalau ke map 5. Kayak udah pasti gitu. Bar. Abigail, what are you doing? Huh? I think you need to put your mic closer. Oke. Ini counter lagi fracture-nya.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nggak, kayaknya susah ada yang counter fracture. Baru gue kecil dulu, cok.
What a response there from HyperX. They take map 2 in this grand final best of 5. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom and Jess. That was kind of the response we needed to see from HyperX to keep this competitive. Now you guys have seen their Icebox here. They won their 4th map now in terms of like a variation of maps. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it was almost exactly what we expected it to be from when they played versus Xerxia. Like, a lot of aggression. I think they added a few cool things with, like, the haunts that they had through the walls, although I think both teams had that in aspect. And honestly, just seeing Jing perform on the stage at this level, it's a lot of fun.
I think it was definitely exactly what you expect out of HyperX. I mean, on that first half, you just mentioned Jing. They're just consistently pushing, and that almost costed them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which HyperX wasn't able to do on the first map. They brought this back a little bit because of the aggression that consistently was coming out from HyperX.
I just think that if you have one player who's going to bring a duelist on, usually what people are moving to a non-duelist composition
Si
map,
Udil ada di sini nggak? Dil?
Dil?
Mat, Udil di mana, Mat?
He wasn't one of the big hitters when you think about the kill impact and the ACS impact. But what he was able to do was keep everyone wondering, everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he in the cloud? Is he not? Where is he? Has he dashed? Where is he going next? I love that he had that kind of presence.
And honestly, he took over the game.
Nggak ada di sini.
Started to come back into it, right? I think a lot of people thought when they first saw Forsaken on the international stage and maybe watched some regional matchups, they're like, this guy will just take over again. And he did that again. This was exactly the type of thing you expect from Forsaken when he plays that jet, and it delivered on a big scale.
Dia lagi update di sosmed tim sebelah.
On this map, the first half he was a little bit quiet, but
Pasti
he
di
ended up
bang
this
kacau.
map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance in all of this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is the first time he's properly been shut down. Like, you look at, he was still going for the same aggressive peaks, taking those fights, trying to get work done with the operator, but he's just getting rinsed by Jing. Just running at him, shut down by Devi as well with some of the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen, but I don't expect that to continue.
I mean, I sort of coined an escape artist yesterday, and I love that I put it in there. And then I think, unfortunately, HyperX took that to heart, and they're like, how do we stop him from being escape artist? Oh yeah, we can just taper off where his escape is, and then just be there to receive him, or chase him down as he does escape.
Yeah.
I love that. They did not pull their foot off the pedal there. That was excellent work.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed
Penuh
moment
pada
of
para
the
bener
match.
ngebiarin Om Hero
Ace
stuck
from
iron.
him, but the crowd went wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He was definitely uncomfortable in that first match.
Tidur ya si Udil ya?
This is where he started to just pop off. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of pace he goes at.
It's disrespect.
Gak mungkin di ini dong, gak mungkin di Mei dong.
Maybe you taper off a little bit. You go, you know, I'm gonna chill. Like, I'm not gonna make those same crazy plays.
Gak mungkin
all
dong.
the way back in like challenges 1 when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone. It doesn't matter.
I mean, we need to have a series on our hands. We had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing HyperX. And if it's Jing on the stage, if it's Forsaken on the jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up to the plate. It needs to be a team effort, of course, but there are star players on the side of HyperX who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
Pertanyaan serius, Rio Jaja ini siapa sih?
You do, just do it. Go, 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 go. Run as fast as you can. And he's probably going to carry on running as well on a Fracture, which is another.
Pertanyaan serius, Rio Jaja siapa? Gue tahu dia streamer PRX, tapi siapa maksud gue?
If you let them have bind, don't let them have Fracture. Do you stand by that here?
I mean, they had no choice to, but yeah, I mean, I do, but also I think I'm pretty confident when I say FPX's style on this map specifically, they control the map very well. And they will receive this aggression from Forsaken onto this map. It might be hard to do when you have a Prowler or one-way in your face.
One of the things I really want to see is just like
Temennya Winda.
the composition which involved Jing switching to the stage, which really was trying to lock down one side and pressure the other.
Teman sering main bareng gitu.
Going to let Jing off the leash, and I'll be honest, that's what I want to see. I think after this map,
Abangnya Rio agak hidup lalu lah.
pushing alongside the rest of his team, then they're really hard to play against. If they play the more passive,
Yang sering main bareng Winda gitu.
I expect as well. I mean, there's so many times I've seen them just run down B long.
Satu circle sama Winda.
And they get the stuns out and everyone
Oh, teman real life. Oh.
seconds, and they're already in their spawn. I mean, these are the kind of plays that PaperX can put on, but they also condition
Terus
their
satu tempat
opponents to
kerja
think
juga kalau
that's
nggak
what's
salah.
going on.
Oh.
So of course FPX is awaiting, but
Soalnya gue
every
tahu
team
dia
is used to
streamernya
waiting,
PaperX,
used to
tapi
having 30 seconds
gue
left
tuh
in a round
bingung
to
dia
go
tuh
get
siapa
that
sebenarnya.
spike down. So I don't think it'll detract necessarily from FPX's playstyle, but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again, and they'll be considering PaperX too much, whereas they need to focus a little bit more on their
Temen
own game.
tidur.
I mean, they've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So, do you guys feel like the preparation?
They both have, yeah. 13-5, 13-7, not too bad.
Does that preparation mean anything as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select?
I think definitely. I think for FPX, every single time the preparation is going to matter probably more than any other team. They are excellent at coming in with these counters, and I think ultimately I'm going to look at both the Vipers once again when they do eventually come through, because I think that both teams have
Nih,
fantastic sight
Imba
angles.
anjing Raze neonnya si
We are going to get what is basically a triple
FPX.
bonus. I think we have to call it that at this point. I don't think there's much sight holds other
Gue
than
mau kacau nggak bisa gue sama si Abi, Bang Sauki.
and the likes of Mindfreak, because everybody else is going to be pushing.
Mensinit ke stage lu nggak diajak. Nggak ada duit, gue mau ke Copenhagen bang. Ntar kalau ke Turki. Kacau kayak menonton sama cewek. Kan ceweknya teman semua. Iya nonton sama siapa Iyor?
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for example. The amount of one-ways that FPX, especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening
Mampatnya
again.
apa?
It's a strength over towards A main as
Apa
well.
tadi?
They hold that power position with that one-way. Not necessarily him and having those, you know, smokes to work with is going to be the kicker here.
Haven,
But I
haven.
love to play off of it on many,
He
many
also
maps.
just TPs behind Ye and
That-
it's like
look, that
crazy
was
stuff that you
crazy.
see. So
Shout out to the
I
observers,
like
by
that.
the way.
Yeah.
That was
Racing
that
bot
was
flag di FPX siapa?
Shout out to them every day. Those guys
that's
always
true.
smash it.
Susah.
This is a 1v2.
Susah.
I mean, there was a
Iya
lot
sedih
of
nonton sendiri, emang sendiri deh.
they
Kagak mau
were
sama
in
Skuret,
all
enggak
of the
bang.
observers of the 1v2.
Tidak
So
bisa.
more specific. But yeah, where are you leaning here? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm always going to stick with the PaperX train on this map. I love watching them. I think they're the most exciting team when it comes to Fracture, and I think they'll take it.
Well, whoever takes this one is going to have a huge advantage going to the map after Fracture. It's time to send this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get into this one here. Map number 3 in this series. And you two set it up perfectly. A huge advantage to whatever team can end up taking this map coming up, Fracture. I mean, both these teams
Enggak kayaknya Bang Aldo.
strangers to this map. They love playing it.
Yeah, it's one of the maps at the top of both teams' pools, and I think you could argue whoever takes it could
Gue bingung dah.
take the series because you're talking about them being
Siapa kagak nonton menang, menonton dia.
whoever's able to get that one up, it might just extend further.
Abigail.
We've seen great stuff from both teams at this
Hello.
point. And from FPX when they were able to take down Optic, they got most of their work done on the attack side. Now we're going to see them try and defend against this hyper aggression.
Lu kena ras lu.
Sending both duelists looking to try and react towards Dish perhaps in this round.
Ini tadi sore gue main ranked pakai smoke itu nggak siapa ya tadi ya, Delby ya.
Dish control already a drop. Nade in hand, ready and waiting, but with the Viper wall drop down, that's going to be an indicator. The rotations, oh, they're there. The nade off to the side. Forsaken's already in. No morphs. Glides available to them, but PaperX is happy to squeeze any remaining players that might be trying to
Counter lu
defend their way through
anjing.
the doors. Open and wide.
Dia udah tahu caranya.
Off and Jing is relentless with it.
That's what you want to see from PaperX. Flawless for them on the pistol. And exactly their game plan functioning. They have their
Ke counter lu.
agents moving towards halls, baiting that one-way
Di bait terus dua dari drop zone masuk nge-slide ke belakang.
Forsaken flood out of Dish and crunch the defenders, and then Jing just decides to overpush into
Just go
spawn.
straight to spawn.
Just
Why
doing
not?
Jing things.
Coba mikir, iya makanya gue bilang.
Extra element, I think, as well, pushing forward. Although, to be fair,
Sudut bawah nggak bisa ketutupan ininya nih, nama-nama mereka ketutupan nih kalau sudut bawah.
Both of these teams able to carry that kind of momentum and the way that they were playing online forwards. FPX, you could argue.
Kayak kurang bawah deh, sabar. Gua rada bawah taruh.
Stun as well, Shao. Gonna try and lock this one down, but Bucky revealed. Crossfire off. That's Angel. Forsaken's taken out, but space is gonna be gained now. On this side, should be able to get the plant off.
And here's another classic of PaperX. Look at the position of Divide coming out for the longest lurk the biggest flank possible.
All the way behind them. The fight's still being taken, Jing. You are an absolute maniac.
Anjing dia satchel ke sana bangsat.
Push them right into the line of sight.
Gak ngotak anjing Jing. Gila banget.
The marathon approach it seems to the map.
Down to Sugetsu, he doesn't have what it takes. FPX once more lose a couple of bodies in their anti-ecos, but they come out on top in the end. And I really do think you need to try and keep track of those post-plant lurk plays. Benkai is going to do it. Forsaken will occasionally do it. Devi's going to be going for them as well. Mindfreak and Benkai have post-plant lineups. Every part of their play, once they get to the site, is well orchestrated and has extra layers to it. Everything has extra layers.
See it all the time, just players trying to fill in those gaps and catch the timings, I think, when you're just trying to deal with the aggression up front, and no stranger to it. Here's the bonus for FPX.
It's not great. 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre, but Jing is one away from that showstopper too. Benkai choosing to get himself one away so that he would have the Rolling Thunder with the spike plan.
Satchel play into the orb as well. Make sure that that's nice and clear.
Bomnya bukan di lu, weh, Jing. Lupa bomnya, lupa anjing. Aduh ya Allah. Sama-sama kuat dia. Bomnya belum dikasih ke Jing anjing. Aduh ya Allah. Dia udah jongkok mau ngeplan.
FPX are going to consistently try to update their play style to deal with FPX. And Saibani was just unseen. One enemy remaining. Unseen, unnoticed.
Kok ada smoke Viper itu smoke-nya si Aaron buat ngeplan. Tapi bomnya bukan di Jing. Lupa tuh kayaknya. Mereka gara-gara apa FPX nggak ada burst. Imannya dihajar mulu sama mereka. Tapi begitu yang jagaannya.
Moves in, but he is being swarmed, surrounded. They know his positioning. TP away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so low.
Mau post plan iya.
Fantastic response from FPX in this round. Leaves everything
Mama Jing atau Mama Dede?
in the hands of Benkai.
Tries to go for it, doesn't he?
Mama.
Awesome spray transfer as well.
Mama Lauren kayaknya.
And it's the same issue to open the round. There are too many players in halls for FPX to get through.
Just ready to deal with it.
Even after they ult Angel away, Zipan is there to go and help Xiao. And Xiao only had a Guardian, and yet the combo with Zipan has just locked that area of the map straight down.
Sees nade, the paranoia.
Clean boys, clean.
Disrupt that kind of play. And again,
Ngeras nih.
joking the same sort of
Ngeras kan manis.
FPX have the weapons this time, but just a bit of a lighter buy, of course, half on it. Flash through into Samba. Xiao deals with it easily enough. Mindfreak though, instant response to the trade online. The door's still open, and this is causing more than enough issues. How are they returning the fire like this?
All of those sheriff shots were so precise from the side of FPX. And Forsaken's going into spawn here. Looking to try and close the gap.
Absolute madness. Artist shuts down any sort of funny business.
Aduh anjing, skip dah kalau Lauren.
No fun on my watch.
Kenapa coba?
That's what Artist says. He's got an operator into this round.
Mama Jing kayaknya, Michael.
FPX in general, they have just been battering their
Kalau mau masuk surga Mama Lauren.
All the time. Yeah, over and over and over again.
Because in theory it does make sense.
Biar dituntun ke jalan yang benar. Goblok.
Or Forsaken or both of them playing up by Dish. Even 3 players from FPX can't watch both sides at once. If you get the timing down, it should be possible. They may want to try and have Divine purely playing as bait there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber, trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a seize nade, and then react out of Dish, maybe they can start to get something working.
Baru gue mau lihat musuh gue hari ini siapa aja. Mereka.
right, Josh. Normally teams when they're playing
Duh, anjing musuhnya susah lagi.
Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by FPX to try and drag players over towards A halls with everything they're pumping into it.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3B at the beginning of any of these.
Itu nama siapa?
Both chambers with an
Adalah.
and Zipan's made the move over to the B site. Now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, FPX are still content to send the same kind of pistol round look, where they're slowly prodding towards halls with both duelists.
Smoke-nya Aaron jelek banget, dia nggak bisa. Sharon nggak bisa nge-smoke kayak Boster ya yang di situ, yang di sini nih. Latihan atau mau keretak-keretak? Latihan anjing, gue ngeliat jadwal musuhnya males. Yoi Bang Radis ya. Ganggu banget dah, iya emang cok. Itu one way omen lebih ngeselin dari stun bridge. Stun bridge sekali udah hilang. One way omen gak hilang-hilang itu. Smoke-nya buat diri dia sendiri terus anjing si Angel ini.
Only one rendezvous is what he hears.
There's not a lot to go off, but with the Viper orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up. And now the showstopper play into sand, cut it across, but this wall impedes it. Sugetsu, 12 he lives. An absurd series of events. How would you get away with that one? And the pressure still being applied, corner not being cleared. Angel returns back into
Lah,
action.
kenapa?
2 kills for him, Divide. Will eventually trade it, but he's left alone, isn't he? 1v3. Picking up this rifle. And the crossfire, this chokehold that FPX have got onto the site. Almost impossible task.
And with only 10 seconds left, he is not getting past the brick wall of Artisan.
Teori gak nonton dulu dah gue. Iya kayaknya lu pembos sial dah.
I've never seen a Raze player get robbed so frequently as Jing with his showstoppers.
I mean, that was just absurd.
Nah ini. Benkai kenapa? Apaan? Mindfreak udah ngeliat bangke. Caster goblok. Telat aja itu infonya pasti.
They like to put Alex point of view.
Yeah, they like to put him.
He's so funny every time he is so stressed.
Udah Michael lu lari dulu bangsat. Bawa sial lu kan. Coba lu lari dulu. Lu gak usah nonton, sumpah. Cobain. 5 menit gak usah nonton. Heru lu kalau boom main gak usah nonton berarti Heru. Pembawa sial berarti. Heru sama Michael gak usah nonton anjing ya. Lu dikejar lu. Ason. Nasi. Gak kerja. Ya kan kerja lu bukan nontonin kita aja. Gak usah nonton demi kemenangan boom di LCQ anjing. Udah menang lah ini mah. Bocil kumon.
Great stuff by FPX there. FPX actually read what was happening and had pushed 2 players out, Angel and Xiao, through halls. That's how Xiao got behind so quickly. But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive.
Masuk semua loh.
It's one thing to know that FPX are going to push you. It is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Big one. When it was looking like, honestly, the momentum of this first half was really on the side.
Tuh ya, menang ya udah ya. Tungguin cok. Lihat kalau mereka datang sini lagi ya. Ini pasti, iya ini Hero juga nggak ada ini cok. Iko padahal mereka lu. Cok mereka Iko loh. Chance menangnya lebih kecil. Ada lu lari lu goblok.
It's awkward though. It's awkward positionings from the FPX players. Angel might just end up running into Jing.
Still coming through. Jing trying to take the timing. He's given free reign there at Dish. Misses the opportunity though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic. Mid-round Viper's Pit popped onto the A site. A little bit of sound bait here from
grinding apa lu?
Like they're going over towards B, or is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate FPX are still going to try and fight through this.
Needs to be watched now. You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a connection. Forsaken moves forward. It's a fast lane to split it up, but this is a difficult one again to deal with up close and personal. To get to on the high ground.
Susah sih kalau udah ulti begini mah.
And it has to be a pivot, it has to be an adjustment.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're gonna go. No, thinking about
prediksi siapa yang menang gue nggak bisa prediksi tapi gue mau FPX menang. Wah boleh bagus. Wah ditolongin lagi.
Placed across the showstopper as the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for FPX to find their way back in.
And Divide, the silver lining to this catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online. But FPX immediately rip back control into their camp. This setup is so difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B, with inside his Viper's Pit, and Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
Really no way to clear out Sugetsu when he plays back against the wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down, hammered by utility. Has to keep giving up these early fights, but he wants to force another.
No way!
And what is
that?
What?
The angle watch, Divide. He's got his back. Oh, this is just once more relentless. Forsaken though this time. Put off the gas, now the Satra play onto the site. It's up to Zipan to see if he can lock this one down. He knows slowly being squeezed with the positioning, and the timing was everything.
And it was perfect.
Fuck Jason anjing.
Artist rattling off almost everything in his clip there. The headhunter finding it though still. It is a 2v3. Sugetsu, what a kill to final to Jing. Choosing to refight into this Divide with the shot though, down to Artist.
And with only an operator in hand.
Ya, goblok. Nervous bos.
Just thinking that he was inside the other totem there. FPX managed to claw.
Lu lihat itu apaan sih?
Look at this shot from Forsaken. That's filth. Absolute filth. Divide as well, sneaking an op shot underneath. Look at the face on Angel.
Escarosi moment.
Also, they had a great read, I think, of how to disrupt that one. The players are up close and personal. The paranoia was skirted across, but
keringetan anjing.
Anticipate Forsaken to just be sliding and gliding across the floor, cutting up the crosshair placement, immediately retaking that space.
And I think the other point to note is that from FPX's point of view, the team that's now taking a tactical timeout, there was nothing wrong there tactically. The guy just hit.
Kayak lu di Haven. Enggak, kalau gua di Haven itu gue lagi ke pressure anjing, garasi sama celongnya maju. Si bangsat masa mau nge-save tiba-tiba TP-nya ke sana? Kan mantap. Gue kan garasi sama CT sama celong maju. Makanya gue TP. Dia orang mau nge-save tiba-tiba TP. Game berapa ini? Game 3. Perasaan tadi gue taruh depan rumah 2 TP.
But an attempt to brute force it might just work if you have the force.
Still leaning over towards it. It's just absolutely outlandish behavior. The double satchel.
Lu dikejar lu. Ayo Jing, terus Jing. Jing, ayo Jing. Tembak ke kiri Jing. Ya nggak ditembak sama si Jing.
Forsaken's going to plant in a position where Mindfreak has those snakebite lineups. So now, possibly for the first time, we get to see the PaperX post plan. And how do FPX
Post
deal
plan
with it?
ini.
Are they going to go for something quick?
Sharon dari ujung.
Actually, Mindfreak's not going for it. He was looking to go for a mad wraparound.
Forsaken, the Horn is just lighting this guy up, and somehow he still lives. Alive, but for a moment, Zipper will eventually deal with him. But it is just Horn's control. That's all the PaperX are dealing with. It makes it hard for them to try and push back this one, but it looks like they've got a setup to deal with it.
Lu lihat Aaron di ujung sana tuh main line up.
Opening after opening with a nade sent flying. Nobody can get onto this one. Rattle it off and flick to the side. Devi eventually shut down by the snake bite. He gets too weakened. No more time. Has to stick it.
Nice.
And it's clinical by Mindfreak.
There you see the power of the PaperX post plant. Mindfreak was actually thinking of going for a big wraparound flank through B, and instead counter-called by somebody on his team, just deciding to play it safe. Look at that shot from Devi. Devi's really woken up in this game. Determined to take his team deeper and deeper, hoist the trophy. And now, after that
Kegaruban gue di sini atau kagak?
it's PaperX that are in control.
Hero ini berarti Hero lu lihat.
Economy's on their side. The flash to the side and all.
Cacal ke tower nih kayaknya. Oh enggak.
It's a bit of a gamble with players leaning over here, but Arcade is being played for. Satchel play right up close.
Lu dikejar lu anjing, mampus.
Support a little bit more with the fast lane.
Aduh.
Still in tower. Still locks it down despite the fact he's being pressured from the back there.
Beler, tuh kan? Lihat. Hero ngecap dia langsung kalah, cok. Hero sumpah. Wah. Gue bilang Ojan lu gak usah nonton ntar kalau kita LCQ anjing. Parah. Goblok, kars goblok lu. Lihat kalah, cok. Lawan Iko kalah gara-gara Hero ngechat. Tolol Hero anjing. Tuh. Davai langsung nge-whiff, tolol.
These anti-ecos have been a real problem for PaperX. Even when they haven't lost them, they've come extremely close. And now it's PaperX going from having a booming economy to none at all. Oh, I say none. They've still got something
Bangsat.
going. But Sugetsu is the playmaker.
Gak ada otaknya anjing. Pembawa sial.
It is a well-known IGL strategy. On eco rounds, or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other site. Keep them guessing. Don't always hit A. But
Dibungkam. Lihat ya, kalau ronde ini menang berarti emang Hero anjing. Nggak, jangan ronde ini juga. Lihat ronde-ronde selanjutnya nih. Kemana tuh? Ke tower. Oh. Wah keren. Keren kombonya bang.
What a monster! Making a serious case for MVP in this tournament. And in this map, finally gets
That's on. Tuh! Hero lu gak usah nonton. Nggak, Hero. Sumpah Hero lihat. 3 lawan 5 bisa menang anjing. Nggak. Gue serius, gue bilang sama Ojan anjing. Hero lu gak usah nonton Hero. Pembawa sial. Lu lihat cok. 3 lawan 5 menang anjing. Serius ban LCQ jangan sampai Hero nonton dia anjing. Gue bilang sama Ojan ntar. Lu kalau mau ke Turki ntar jangan nonton Hero sumpah. Gak bohong.
Copenhagen, you are getting a treat today.
What a match to have the crowd here watching. Let's send it down to the analysts to break it down so far, what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but one-sided, both teams showing up. And it does come down a lot to the Rave players, Jing and Zip and Tom.
Di GH dia.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them.
Kok Gary Ojan lihat ini bukti sudah jelas. Sekap Hero. Iya anjing.
HyperX coming through on the other side from
Lu jangan nonton Heru.
I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Ray's players on map of Fracture is just so incredibly important. There's power positions. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of
lumayan.
Different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for PaperX, and then Superlight came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take the space.
Kalau mau Endoprat emang harus ada tumbal ya anjing.
Showstopper just didn't find any value. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX.
Pantesan stage 2 kemarin kalah ini. Heru nonton bangsat.
They're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Hall's position, being able to shut down the fast push. And then PaperX just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Zowie, like some of the operated shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning them around with a shorty. Like it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both
Heru
sides.
mandi kembang mungkin.
I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team.
Nggak tahu Tuhan yang mana mau nolongin Heru anjing.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the
Gua
way
nonton
into
TikTok
OT.
Peres unggul.
What do you think about that?
I only hope we'd be so lucky, I think, Sue.
But we're heading into the half now, where FPX managed to completely neutralize Optic's neon aggression. And that I think is going to be the big question here. For the rest of Fracture, are the set plays on defense that PaperX love running, are these crunch plays going to actually find value? And I think we might get the answer very shortly.
They're just holding for it.
Udah tahu nih mereka nih.
The angle, but look at this positioning, this crossfire. 3 players watching it, just the angle still. Stuns off to the side, Artisan in the back, Headhunter.
Enak banget pakai deagle nembak badan tuh.
Not the cleanest shots in the world, but it doesn't matter.
And Benkai has to limp away, 13 health. A failed venture completely there. Maybe
Gagip go back nonton TikTok iya anjing.
Over the top reveals his position. And still a kill being found.
Devi's worried about being pushed from the other angle. He does have a little bit of space to work with. But Artis pushes even deeper. Devi catching him in the back, 1v2.
Dogi ini tai dah. Gak ditembak. Ditembak peluru habis, gak ditembak bikin buta anjing.
Pistol round for FPX to claw any sort of advantage coming into this map, into the second half of Fracture.
And the way that PaperX like to play on their defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating it on the pistol again. The same thing we saw on bind from them on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from.
Heru langsung login Valorant.
Ultra disciplined crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PaperX are not bothered about it, though. They're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression, trying to control the north side of the map. Meanwhile, FPX is starting out looking at tunnel, looking at taking stairs.
This is honestly, again, a bit of a hard read, I think, from FPX. The preparation coming into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
And what a boom bot. That one actually notifies them that somebody's pushed out arcade.
But still, how do you deal with Zowie?
Hello?
Rest of the players over across the ropes there. He's taking off 2 of the players' heads. Another bit of action. Shao, Guardian. Tricky weapon.
Ya, jika
doing the
sabar.
job, isn't it? Evens it out. Now a 3v3. But could still get dangerous.
Shao gets every.
Lihat ya. Nih kita biarin Heru ya di sini ya. Lihat. Next round menang gak dia? Lihat. Enggak, sabar. Kita kalau PPRX kalah lagi habis ini, kita TO. Lihat, nih ronde ini. Duitnya FPX tuh bagus ya. Lu lihat duitnya si FPX jelek banget tuh. Harusnya FPX nggak beli.
Whistling himself up to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Xiao though. Just before this, Jing had caught it, or rather, yeah, there. Forsaken swings, Jing swings afterwards. Why no double?
Sakit banget anjing.
Why not try to take out Xiao? You let him live to clutch the round. You can't allow.
Tuh kan nggak beli kan dia kan?
At least PaperX did enough.
Teo aja bang Teo, sabar.
Bonus rounds that have been
Kita buktikan dulu. Kita confirm.
Normally in round 15, PaperX have rifles to work with, bulldogs, everything. This time, only the two from Angel and Xiao.
Zipan just hoping somebody gets up close and personal with him.
FPX have got
Tahun Bandeniron menentukan menang atau enggaknya. Enggak. Santai.
You can't assume that PaperX have decided not to push.
It's really clear. The timing here, shots exchanged. But it is that double face. You have to be so careful here if you are Forsaken. Smoke drop down, blocks it still. And out of contact once more. FPX are hoping that, again, that patented PaperX aggression, the way that they play, might just be working out in their favor. This time though, it strikes for him. A satchel body blocked.
Sabar Jing.
Aggression
Gila
not
lu.
really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire all the way back. But now 30 seconds in the round.
And PaperX have prodded, taken map control, and not overpushed this time. The time pressure is becoming an issue for FPX.
Nah, lihat udah ini. Tadi ini easy soalnya. Nah, lihat ya.
And PaperX are able to come out with that one. Prime gaming flawless. That's a bonus round where FPX came into it without too many weapons, but they're still going to be able to have a deadly one, a deadly buy this time to follow up.
Deron Om Heru nggak ngechat. Sebelumnya ngechat. Nggak, ini kan ikon nih, lihat.
But they don't overface. They're not trying to force the issue. They're just slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
Kalau mana ya tim nggak anjing. Kalau bikin sial.
Oh, he's so deep there. Into dish, he gets rewarded with the kill as well, but this is a battle on multiple fronts. Xiao pushed up close, right to the side. The satchel play, and listen, I don't blame you. You missed a bit of the action there. That was just pure pandemonium on multiple sections of the map.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually. They push out of arcade and barrel forwards. I thought the round.
Heru lu nggak usah nonton LCQ sumpah.
Xiao had the spike alone. But Jing just double blast back past him, unable to do anything. And manages to land himself.
Sumpah.
Jing lands himself in a nice
Speechless gua.
For the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
2-round lead, a Horn just ever so slightly missing.
That might make FPX a little cautious. Usually PaperX are playing around dish. This time not. Going for another peek that Zipan is ready for.
And this is just shades of bind, I think, at this point, Josh. No charges. The aggression again. You know what to anticipate with this.
Udah gagal agro gitu nggak pernah Mereka kan bilang, mereka udah latihan mentality itu tuh udah setahun.
Push them back. He does get good information. They know that there's a player there, but now the response. Rolling Thunder. Viper War going to be blocking them. No more sound cues. Double stunned up into tower to try and find it. But again, the crossfire just watching. FPX so good. They're just tempering all the aggression coming towards them. And the lead getting steadily bigger and bigger for them.
FPX just look untouchable in these attack sides. It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to mount some level of a comeback. But here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts. That might be the first time I've seen a Sugetsu pop off. Yeah. Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
Passion definitely going through here. The crowd as well playing a huge part of this one. The cheers, reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that FPX cook up, every time they want to dash forwards and go for something off kilter, every time they have a set play, it's just getting crushed.
Watched for. Look at this with the FPX timeout. Stubros is doing most of the speaking, isn't he?
And I think FPX have a good idea of how they want to be holding this. One thing we haven't necessarily seen just yet is FPX going aggressive out of tree and trying to crunch the players on the south side. It's where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people from, with Angel looking towards tree. Angel likes to do the TP behind the box, as you can see him setting up for that on the minimap right now. If you have a read that he's going to be there and utility to stun him up, maybe FPX can cook up some kind of anti-strat set play. Yeah. But if they haven't brought it out at this point, maybe it hasn't factored into their preparation work.
The FPX players definitely looking to try and put a bit of that aggression into halls once more, but again, the FPX players are just holding, watching. Defensive vibe ball does obviously put a bit of a blockade, but through it to take that space.
Dikotekin.
Taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody said.
Berdiri di belakang kursi emang ya. Lu lihat di mana, Mat? Udah di mana, Mat? Udah 21 di Twitter. Twitter mana 21 bangsat?
From a long way away with very poor weaponry.
The Viper's pit drop down, so gets spammed out of this one. Moving forwards, Artis has to deal with this one. The risk being taken, teleports back. Moving forwards, through the crossfire.
Ini di WA.
Diligence being shown once more from them, and somehow
siap damat.
Getting that pick off there. He's managed to get the flank off, and now it's offered him his showstopper. Double satchel into the side, a flick to the back of the site. The rocket doesn't quite do the job. Zipper now answering again with one of his own, down to it, all the way to the wire. FPX eventually clawing.
Oh my god, Jing ultis, the worst ulti, the second worst ulti. The first one is from Abigail Kong.
But that showstopper, anything but. The high APM.
Kagak delay jancu. Edwin.
Directly in the middle of his two targets.
I'm moving against Jing. I'm going to outie him.
It's a thing that's been carrying FPX, I think, all the way through their lower bracket.
Suigetsu nggak beli armor. Suigetsu nggak beli armor. Mantap.
Diligence, the crossfires. Trusting each other as teammates as well to be able to hold each other's backs, and
gila smoke-nya bisa gitu.
no one's really able to respond with that one. Jing still wants to hold the angle up when the door opens up, the double swing.
Nggak beli armor tapi dia yang bunuh. Siap dah Bang Suigetsu, jago lah duh.
And it's just feeling inevitable at this point.
People like Scala.
Top Bungee does grab 2 kills. Okay. Angel though anchoring up top now. Spike's going to start to go down, but Bungee is weak. Not a lot of utility other than the flashes. What can Forsaken offer as well? Pushing forwards. Fast lane as a punish. Great timing with the swings. And now
timingnya tai banget si Angel.
Map point for FPX.
Doing such a great job at shutting these players down. And I think we barely got to hear the comms at the end of the prior round, but I could hear Angel saying, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FPX challenging FPX, like this swing here, just Angel raw swinging out, trying to find a timing on Forsaken as he uses his wall. Yeah. And it's perfect. Nice. Too often in this tournament, people have given FPX all the respect because their players demand it.
Lu di mana, Heru? Lu di bawah ya?
You can find openings.
A last-ditch effort though.
Gila, ada aja kesialan yang terjadi anjing. Gila nih orang gila. The Suigetsu is so good.
What a monster. In the blink of an eye. The map secured. Takes it away and the advantage is theirs. FPX sensing the blood in the water.
Let me remind you as well, Brent, that was a 6-6 first half. FPX won only 1 round on their defensive side. That is a level of battering that we saw on Bind as well. And that to me indicates a major problem for FPX. When they're going for these defensive set plays, that style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting. But it's FPX coming out, relying on these rock-solid performances out of Shao and
Kalau FPX menang di Heaven.
They used to use.
Really?
3-2-2. Yeah. But we
Oh, yeah.
outright on. Oh my god, I was down bad that time.
These guys.
Game sense is off the charts, and you can feel it. The emotions now are running high for these
I have
players.
good taste.
If PRX win Heaven, they gonna win this final. Trust me.
They have more chance to win now because they use the third map. Yes.
No. They just need to win Heaven because they are breeze. I think FPX is shit. No, not FPX is shit. FPX is not. I think FPX is bad there. Jadi kalau menang di Heaven, PRX menang. Jason minus 15, man, so sad.
Jason bad day.
Yeah. On the final also, I think it's gonna be
Bad
so sad.
So sad.
Bad day in the final.
One, two, three, four, five, six.
Hah? Itu orang India ya? Sugetsu gigi banget tuh orang, iya anjing. Dia 3-4 game terakhirnya FX dia selalu top frag.
Outlines off. Outer line on.
Duh, pas banget. Pas di final lagi si Jasonnya bau dah. Iya, Bang Abdul betul. Lihat Sugetsu kan second. Lawan Fnatic plus 31. Lawan DRX. Dia udah balik belum? Udah plus 10. Orang gila. Kalau Kuchilyo playstyle udah nggak bisa dirasain terus FPX. Timnya expert anchor semua. Enggak, mereka mainnya default dulu, nahan dulu. Jadi susah. Karena mereka mainnya default. Mereka nahan push, nahan push, nahan push. Terlalu overpowered kocak jadinya kalah semua. Semoga FX juara karena mereka rendah hati nggak kayak Indo sombong. Kayaknya otak lu rusak deh. Ahmad, kayaknya otak lu rusak dah, sumpah. Ini 24 anjing. Bangsat, udah titiknya 1 nih. Titiknya 1 anjing. 1.23. Goblok. Dah. Lu kopit lu ya anjing. Tahun ini Bang Hendra, amin. Kasih perhatian, udah biarin aja. Ada aja orang-orang otaknya tolol banget. Gila. Goblok banget, gue pengen ngelihat orang-orang kayak dia itu ya. Ngetik di depan muka gue gitu ngetik. Gue pengen lihat mukanya gimana sih.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Apa ada gangguan di otaknya, apa di jiwanya anjing. Kayaknya nggak ada temen deh.
Enemy down.
Nggak ada temen di real life kayaknya dah.
Goner. Jackass.
Terus lu tonjok. Enggak, gue liatin aja gitu. Orang begitu mah nggak perlu tonjok anjing. Orang udah idiot dari sana. Kalau FPX dibacotin. Dia masuk grand final, lu masih nganggur. Iya anjing. Lu caper di chat goblok. Dapat duit kagak.
Gotcha.
Main game pasti goblok juga. Ahmad.
And 4. Taken down.
Orang-orang kayak gitu tuh nggak ada perhatian dari orang tua kayaknya dah. Apa orang tuanya udah nggak ada, nggak tahu, nggak ngerti, nggak ada temen udah pasti. Apa orang tuanya udah pisah gitu, jadinya caper.
See ya. Out of here. That's 3.
So cool actually.
Baby, you want to DM with me?
That one.
Why you scared to lose?
Down you go.
Setuju. Iya kan?
Dominating. Who trained you? Down and out.
Dominating.
Saponian? Gak tahu. Wong ngechat. Mama di street. Iya, maksud gua tuh apa, tujuan dia tuh apa sih? Caper. Perlu temen. Lu kalau perlu temen lu ajak orang ngomong baik-baik, goblok.
Goner. Gotcha.
Terus udah ke grand final lu masih street. Lu siapa, goblok? Lu aja ngetik pakai akun kecil.
Remaining.
Carry ke ascendant.
Taken down.
Kills remaining.
Allah, orang-orang pada nunggu semua, bangsat.
One kill remaining.
Gua nih.
Halo. Halo Lang. Kenapa di BC?
I let them win.
Iya, kenapa? Iya, kenapa? Ya udah. Ada Rizky, ada David, ada Ojan, ada Heru. Ya udah kesini aja. Iya, iya, iya. Yuk. Apa? Nggak tahu, paling abis final, kalau nggak sebelum kelar gue. Ya, ya.
Coba main ke Apak Challenger.
Jadi.
Astaga.
Match found.
Apak Challenger, Apak Challenger. Telepon sama siapa? Si Bolang telepon gua. Kok Habi Neon kayaknya. Die.
Mau ya.
Mulai.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Baru mau kill satu dah. Terus siapa yang lu mau banggain coba? Emang ada tim Indo yang menang lawan Thailand? Otak nggak ada, tolol. Manusia-manusia caper.
FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on,
Hidup lu berguna dikit.
one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to.
Kalau nggak lu bawa aja keluarga lu, keluarga besar bapak sama keluarga besar malu. Suruh main Valorant, kita berlima aja nggak mungkin kalah ya. Gua potong tangan gua kalau gua kalah. Berapa kakek nenek lu, buyut-buyut lu ajakin aja. Don't bet for Ascendant. Ya jelas demen lah gua. Kan gua bilang gua seneng ngadepin orang tolol anjing. It carry am diamond to down bet for Ascendant. My god, so bad.
I would never know. I would never know. Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style that FPX plays on this map is so very different, and neither team pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to that stage as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a...
Dia pakai sagi, sama-sama pakai sagi nggak? Agentnya sama, cok. What the fuck? Beda Astra sama Omen.
Immediate response to back away. How does Angel die to the nade there?
I think that was a seize and a nade that they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But FPX's mid-rounding has been fantastic.
Kenapa nggak wall dari awal ya? Wall kanannya gitu.
Still the angles. This crossfire FPX. Absolutely elite at shutting down any of it. And the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied. Not the pistol round, not.
Aduh, kenapa Ben kayak nggak wall dari awal? Wall kanan atau wall kirinya gitu? Dia mau wall aling deh.
Pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of FPX's mid-rounding ends B.
Gua aja tadi nge-smurf di plat, masih ada orang yang pasang trap samper di dalam TP Huka.
Blinded by the prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was.
Itu orang-orang kayak si Ahmad itu anjing.
They're gonna be doing fast.
Yang Ahmad sama siapa tadi? Tanpa nama siapa ya? Itu orang-orang kayak dia.
And then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade to the side, and the angle as well. More than watched. Angel with the ghost, 3 kills, 3 headshots.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push it back, but Forsaken
Mampus lu goblok.
Angel was low enough.
2 peluru 2 kill.
Down to Sagetsu. His timing is everything with the plan coming through. He could have isolated a 1v1, but denied.
Atro lu. Gak usah beli lu goblok.
Right back into it.
And Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel. And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far.
Gak mau beli, sekarang baru mau beli goblok.
60 ACS average over the course of the series, but now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber, and that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Be able to follow up on a lot of that. Was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to C's to try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the boombot spotting the target, does he know up top? The answer is yes. C's though drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though. The weaponry still could get very dangerous for FPX, but the plan is going to go down. It's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Sage wall on either side. Artis couldn't get punished in short because of Sagetsu's wall. And now FPX are coming back in. The post-plan positions are so claustrophobic.
They're re-pushing this all the way through. Jing shut down. Divide catches that one down to that 1v1. And Zipan answers back.
Back-to-back thrifty.
You gotta be kidding.
In our 4th map of the Grand Finals. Neither team ready to give up an inch. Such a weird setup though.
It's so unusual.
With both barrier robes in play, with both Sage walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and reach the short.
Last player.
And then when Jin pushes forwards, these angles, Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team. Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more one-sided when it got to the later portions of that map, but we'll see now. Money's a bit wonky. You see the Spectres in the hands of the FPX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again.
Kejar, mampus.
Off to the back.
Nice.
What a direct. Jin catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet still. He backs away.
Lu tau nggak fakta upnya apa tadi? Ultinya ke belakang dia anjing. Ngeri
At exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zipan is just being dealt with still. Showers there. Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for but a moment. Device still eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision. This guy is just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying time, the movement. The wide swing into it. Not connecting. Sagetsu 1v3 time ticking. No more to work with. And a slide off angle. Gets the one, but with the post plan situation.
Gila, ini orang sakit banget, cok.
There is no time to secure it.
Nice bliat.
It feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sagetsu or Shao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision.
Gini aja, alurnya menang kalah.
They barely had the economy to do anything.
Ini map terol.
With the kills that Jin had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening.
Sakit banget aja.
Play the post plants deep from mid.
Dubai is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half a fracture, popping off. Now he's doing it again as well.
11-12 sama lu.
Susah,
Cok. Lu harus ngelepas dulu, kita tuh mau cepet gitu.
See if that trend continues. Same plays being made. The boombot up close and personal. The stars laid down the nightfall as well. Positioning revealed. The FPX players always set up to succeed with this.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps two.
I mean, how many times has it happened? But Forsaken with the crosshair placement locks it down. The kill onto Jing there, but it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu with the spam through the smoke. Not much more you can do other than skipping a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns, but look at that. Finally, an edge in this map.
Drawn out by FPX. Blood, sweat and tears for any team to try and get an economic snowball, but FPX are going to be right back into it. 4 light armors. It's not looking fantastic, and they're going to take a timeout to discuss how they should be defending here. This round coming up is going to be such a swing. You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more, with a showstopper, a nightfall, to be able to deny the plant. And yet FPX, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. FPX have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A aggression and then sending somebody in towards garage. Sometimes that's going to be
lihat aja ntar Bang Bagas.
But either way, they're going to try and weave through your defenses.
Sugetsu kalau nggak jadi main, FS bisa final nggak?
Optic, where they were smoking off Ye's trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
And always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks,
and you can see the trademark from Artis being placed on B. One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Artis, tour de force, obviously, whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now.
Yoi, Bang Udin.
And look at this already. Starting to see
Pagi, Bang Ilham.
echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands. If Forsaken tries to get aggressive, you can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1 once Mindfreak connects with the rest of the team. And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid-round option.
I think with a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars dropped. That's going to be the timing for Forsaken, and look at that. To leave the wall in the hands of Sugetsu, just caught with a utility. On the other side of things, still being watched. FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that, even a B split. Whatever they can get their hands on.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more. Okay, sure, Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but the A site got stuck, and they collected the lurker. Angel already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered FPX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that this is coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Divide. Pressure
Bisa
from
ditarik,
every
anjing.
single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The FPX are liking to play this map now on our attack side.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX.
Yeah.
They have tools to deal with the side hit. They are in position to
Tergantung map, Bang Dennis.
play, and then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop FPX from getting into those.
Ada plus minusnya semua, Bang Dennis.
This guy's always ready for it now. The layers on top. It's Nate to push them back, and this deep Omen smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from FPX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this re-clear. See Long, the contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information.
Lu kalau jadi Jason tadi bakal Garage atau SC atau mungkin regroup.
Sprays them down.
Kalau gua ke window kayaknya deh gua. Kalau gua ke window.
Jing now taking a bit of an approach. Side control's going to be his, and Artist forced to try and make some moves here with the operator in his hands. The angle's not being there for him, and what a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
And Mindfreak cleans up the last two.
Pakai Odin nggak anjing banget. Gara-gara Dava ini beli Odin mulu anjing.
A lot better on the chamber than he has been able to showcase this series so far playing entry. He's tried Yoru, he's tried Jet.
Kenapa Reda jarang? Karena kalau lu nggak ngekill pakai Rena lu jadi useless bang.
That's a crazy spray down from Xiao. But FPX still had the answer. And the opening was
Aku udah cakap kan Bangang.
The crowd want to see it. Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame him? Another fast approach, a pull off to the back. Angel though, only working with the pistol, not enough.
Sometimes these anti-ecos have gotten sloppy from FPX, but they've got sight control incredibly early on. Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
It's an interesting one.
Something strange. Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Horde lineup in play. Player Artist was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and again, the weapon's just too much to overcome.
FPX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven.
Aku G. Goblok Clement anjing. Susah lawan Sersia atau TS? Susah lawan Sersia. Gue udah beberapa kali menang lawan tim Secret, cok. Dari zaman gue di NXL, tapi lawan Sersia gue kalah mulu bangsat.
And it's exactly as FPX move themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken.
Gue seringan gue menang daripada kalah lawan tes.
He's already so deep. I don't know if they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a soundbait with a slow warp, but this angle up close and personal with the wall. It's much more passive one from Sugetsu.
Forsaken and Jing love doing this. Even if you think you've caught the one lurker, the other's there to punish. And that Boombot sees nothing, knows nothing.
The Forsaken with the timing! Comes up with nothing, Zipan. Patience, the knowledge knowing that they could have just walked their way past it, but now you can start to see this, at least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used. Now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mindfreak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding through! And what a performance.
Kalau di wall gitu mending rotate apa terobos? Tergantung bang, nggak bisa ngomong begitu bang Tobi. Tapi mending dipecahin dulu wallnya. Sakit banget nih orang-orang.
They're not trusting the Boombot. You hear that from Zipan there as well.
Harus ada yang matain kutukan itu, lu harus mesti menang dulu. Iya makanya.
But the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself up into Cubby.
Is this even going to get cleared? Boombot latches onto Artist, has to back away, will break it in the end. And look, patience being played! Spray down, not enough to claim 2, but at least just the 1. A 2 for 2. Jing That's the positioning.
Wow,
To try and force it back away from those connectors and Mind Freak.
Aduh Aron.
The showstopper
Lah.
misses completely.
Nice. Zipan goblok. Oh my god. Look like your ulti.
Goblok,
Zipan goblok ya.
1v1 me and you will lose.
That is a -8 if I've ever seen one. How did that one happen?
Might be getting some buffs at the end of this tournament.
What?
Sure,
Why so panic?
Sure, that's not a kill, but no damage?
Imagine Rozaki.
So does the audience. Nevertheless, though, FPX still with 4 rounds to their name have a chance of making this half very reasonable.
Very dangerous, but still Xiao wants to take the fight. This will take the utility. He really has no way to disengage here to slow off. Keeping him locked in the swing. Forsaken claims the kill. Space for the resurrect as well. Angel's got a hefty task ahead of him. The Nightfall to cut across into their spawn today. Know that Angel is here. The Boombot won't quite see him. And the crossfire! That is just perfection. The smoke up top close to dissipating. FPX again. Bit of a chokehold that they've got on this one, and with the utility in Benkai's hand, he was not expecting that one.
Jangan bilang kalah anjing.
Holding the angle, Artis gets the better end of it. And Sugetsu to finish.
5v3.
Bread and butter for FPX.
Oh, yeah.
Holding angles, managing to just allow HyperX into their crosshairs.
Love the repositioning from it as well. I think when the Nightfall comes through from HyperX, they use it into their spawn.
5 lawan 2 karena
Retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
the fuck everybody keep laughing at Alec eh. They think it's funny.
Yeah, it's so funny.
It's not funny, people are stressed.
It's funny.
Oh my god.
Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play. The smokes get them in. Trademark broken.
Wow,
Forsaken
what a
so
victory.
deep in the first 10 seconds.
Tree. Wow.
And then he vanishes like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades though of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just
You
block
know
off
what
that
I'm
one
going
extra
to do?
avenue, and Artis still watching for it. The jiggle.
Kenapa nggak rotate? Kan
I'm going to break the chamber trip and put my own trip there.
Lu tau gak kenapa fucked up tadi? Karena Davai-nya ulti Aling. Kan dia mau ngambil rotasi. Dia mau nge-cut rotasi pakai ulti. Tapi pas di ulti, ultinya nggak kena orang. Jadi dikira belum ada yang rotate, nggak taunya udah di side semua. Makanya mereka masuk. Tell AB Val would be like that. Lol.
That not to me also. Fine.
Off to the side, Davai. What an angle.
And it's on Xiao and Zipan.
We are chill,
So
bro.
far away from the action to try and make this one another even half.
FPX, HyperX.
The battle should happen in garage here for the round.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get
7-5 already this one.
even round. Players work their way in, but FPX, such a difficult task. Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown. Xiao!
Wait, what?
2 kills.
Oh, lag. Oh my god. Almost
Not clutch enough.
Probably the best clutcher that we've
He's
had
so
in the
smart
tournament.
also.
And even he can't
Oh,
quite
look at
get it
Jason,
done.
77.
HyperX take the lead, 7-5.
Maybe
Looking
he
for
just
a
can't play
rebuttal,
to this
looking
anymore.
to send this to a fifth. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him. He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool, on Ascent, which they banned despite being unbeaten in Stage 2, and here on Haven.
Benkai 310 man.
We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break it down so far. What are you guys making of this?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for the chambers. How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a
5
improvement
HyperX
here.
juara.
I don't think Artis was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Saigetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult.
Mereka kalah semua lawan siapapun.
You can actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across Long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for PaperX.
I mean, he drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You could never, I think it was the second last round there of that half, the boys on the cast desk turned around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where you could grab.
Gimana terpercaya? Juara kalau ke Breeze.
The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have
Di FPX setup crossfire banyak banget. Karena mereka pintar semua kan.
Again though, that second half it's always a
Itu IGL-nya si Angel dari zaman jebot anjing.
For FPX, they were very good. Like the crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artis to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind, and that's a problem for PaperX because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, PaperX, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Bren. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Certainly is a tenuous advantage that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they get to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides
plus 10 Jason, tadi minus 15, dia plus 10
they
udah.
don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A early on here. Forsaken watching mid.
No way. The angle being watched! You are joking!
What a kill!
A rapid fire approach! Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
And already Jing posted up in a lobby off the back of all of
that.
Jason. Forsaken is going to be given space to take liberties here. The FPX default is going to be slow.
The reposition! Did he intend to do that?
Was that just a crazy timing? The zip
Jing, no, stay there, Jing. He want to push already, this kid.
Just again taking liberties. The wall comes through, hopping up on top of the box. Jing! What a play to take out Artis. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative.
Palalu hoki Ebi, yeah. Palalu hoki Ebi.
Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life. Brings reinforcements.
Bot over the top. Now they're going to be both of them on top of the wall. Still. Jing finding Val.
Nice. Nice.
The horn sets them up. And a pistol round going away at PaperX.
From today onwards, for the bad friends.
Just a little step further.
When your friend is so bad, you want to buy it?
How can my frenzy be bad? Oh my god. Epi will win you rounds like 50. But just stop disrespecting me right now.
Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
And we saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when PaperX played against Optic.
I need to
Although that was mostly on the other side of the map, but you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
With the poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break portions of that wall, but there is enough of a gap. Benkai making sure to plug it. He knew that the wall was bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective. The wall is what you make of it. Artis though was very quick with the response, grabbing Divide down short. And FPX are going to want to try and punish this A lobby aggression. Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Divide was on earlier in the round. And for FPX here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less.
Everywhere is your Aris ulti video. No, don't have, because she never kill. Aduh, the Benkai.
Don't worry, I haven't killed yet, guys.
Oh shit.
But they're not done yet.
I think Jing will win them this round.
Just in case, but is
Yeah.
going to be watching for it? Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Flick of the wrist. And the players are cleaned up easily enough.
Flick of the wrist.
Mind Freak and Jing making sure to put that one away.
Belum ada Clement. Pertama kali yang masuk final aja mereka pertama kali.
They seem to be Spectre God.
Go for a Vandal? Is this an entire team buy?
I seem to be better.
It looks like it.
Worst Spectre player. You seem to be worst Spectre player.
Play for an ult orb. And so it's going to be 3 Spectres, 2 Vandals. HyperX taken to round 15.
I'm so
It's not a bonus anymore. They need this one.
Very impactful round for FPX to try and close out this series. It's got to start here on this round.
They have to be ready for pushes like this. FPX must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai is looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Making sure that he's got his
too many people like to play like this. Now I'm gonna check every corner.
3 mana,
Nice
2
try to
NA,
all
ya.
of you.
But Xiao's
Nice
not in
try,
position.
bro. You think you can beat me?
Terjarak juga gitu kok tetap sakit. Sakit lah kalau kena pala, Bang.
Or perhaps only brought 1, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid. And now with a minute on the clock,
Please
it's been
win
so slow.
paper
Jing
X.
made a noise, a footstep, a jump.
Oh, got not timing
Jing.
both of them.
The jig is up.
Yeah, rare moment of patience, I think, as well. From him not to just commit into this one. A bit of a jiggle, a jump peek there from
Gonna
Forsaken.
play.
The information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is
Should be. We
compromised.
need
with
more
fight.
dualities
Oh,
this
he's
game.
ready and
It's not
waiting,
enough.
sitting up close and personal. The rendezvous. Positioning found a slow.
Oh, fuck.
Latching down to the feet of Artist still.
The right
Jing wants to
shooting
fight
late.
this one. Zipan though, the angles and the weapons. Heads taken off, still finding
Right, I'm
it.
not.
Players just
Yeah.
pouring out into
That
the
right
side, trying to
shooting
deny the plant.
If that was me, I already spaced it 6, 7
so
times.
good at holding these
Nice
angles
try.
down. And it all comes down to Mind Freak, the player who entered this grand final
Very good.
with
They're
the
gonna
highest clutch
overthink that he
percentage.
is flying.
But he's been quiet
His
today.
timing is
Can he
good.
find a moment to put pace into double digits?
The timing.
Go
Crossfire
do on
exactly
long.
Great, the smoke to try and lurk his way in.
Oh my god.
Wah, smart, smart.
Out. One of the angles, the horn though tags him.
Woo!
And he's back.
Smart move.
Mind Freak well and truly back.
The 1v2
Paper
Red Bull
X
clutch.
King.
Doesn't matter that he was working with just a Spectre.
And didn't he play that one beautifully as well?
Oh, wow.
Breaking any kind of crossfire that would have been
Wah, juara nih
from
sumpah.
graffiti over to hell or
Map 5 sih juara, cok.
tap. Not just baiting the position, but baits utility out. So Xiao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
That is so happy every time he
Even
wins
got
her
marked up
Spectre.
at the end and still wins against Zipan.
Man, why that guy need to pick though?
That's the kind of play that Mind Freak has been bringing out over and over again through PaperX's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those
Mode BU-nya udah bangun.
What a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak
Yes,
that FPX
go.
would have
Why
lost to
is
get up.
little
Any
Jaka?
kind of
Lil
momentum that they would
Jaka.
have had.
Lil Jaka. It's his nickname.
It's a confident lead
Why
on Haven.
Jaka? Why is Jaka? Jakata?
I don't know.
We were talking about how impactful that round was to win for either side when they were just investing all of their money into it.
The fact of the matter is, though, Brent, the loss
Lil-
bonus here for PaperX is
Lil-
going to mean that they have. Sorry, the loss
Lil
bonus here for FPX
Spectre.
is going to mean
Wow.
they have about the same amount of cash on either side.
Look at Aaron. Baiter. Six dead.
Crazy force going on, or just a
Wow.
weaker buy overall.
While he's...
To be
There's
so
the
good
crazy
to
force.
have
3
that
Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
Ice in his veins.
No, like have diary.
They could afford.
He's so stupid.
Taking a fight over towards C-Long, and again the disrespect being shown. Jing making his way right down
Gila,
mid,
dia pick
but
sama
Divine
Dafai,
also answering back, making sure some of that map control is blocked.
Dafai.
A response. Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him this up close once more.
Jing finding huge value out of his deep mid position, and it all falls down to Xiao. Almost gifted one there.
Listen.
And Mind Freak would
Force
try to
by
single body
Iko nih,
shoot as well.
11.
Slow enough for it, but
Papa
Xiao
like
is
showing this. Go next.
Feeling the pressure on every single side, you can feel it.
Oh iya, gue baru sadar Suigetsu-nya Batfrag ya, goblok.
The positioning, honestly, all over the place. 20 health, okay, Mind Freak, well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade, Xiao. Now with a
Xiao
vandal in hand.
clutch.
Plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh.
100k jangan lupa, 100k apa goblok?
I feel like I'm just cursing every team.
Lu yang jangan lupa.
He's been demonic in this tournament in the clutch. One of the MVP candidates for the tournament based on how crucial he's been for FPX.
5-12 harusnya. Ini jangan kalah aja ronde ini. Ronde ini menang, FPX-nya ikut.
Watching, listening for it.
Xiao has to be diligent, but also time running short. 10 seconds left to try and make the play. The horns drop down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed, now you can see the pressure is on the wall up.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd, but now he's just got to wait.
Aduh, Benkai jadi fakta posisinya.
Wants to force it down into the 1v1, at least he doesn't know where Jing is. But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning is known. Benkai, he will fall.
Posisinya Benkai jadi fakta.
Taken down into the 1v1, the showstopper, the trade.
Jadi fakta posisinya Benkai, anjing.
Oh my god, you know?
Just outlandish scenes.
You know, I say he clutch and he really clutch.
Absurdly good clutch from Xiao.
I'm not a clutch after all. You're welcome, guys.
To look in the right direction for Jing.
Aduh, wallnya Benkai tai.
To beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Astaga.
Sprayed down. And that is why he's an MVP candidate for this tournament. The impact has just been enormous.
Gak apa-apa, miskin mereka. Kalau menang tadi dia nggak ada duit, cok. Lihat, Benkai udah pusing tuh.
There was a thought that FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of their 5 players.
Dan Benkai gila, kelihatan stres banget anjing.
The luxury of playing here in the grand finals. Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket even in their groups.
Tadi 11-6, dia ikut 12-6 anjing, 12-5 tai harusnya. Ente dah. Rezeki nggak kemana guys. Tai. Rasa salah banget dia, iya anjing, lu lihat mukanya bangsat.
And it looks like FPX's journey though through that lower bracket, it doesn't appear to be getting much easier. No. They're still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5.
Ultinya telat.
FPX with a large.
Iya, kayaknya dia rada nge-save ultinya deh.
That some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working their way through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia.
Itu dia mau boost atau gagalin plan? Dua-duanya. Tadi dia mau naik juga, terus nggak naik. Dia mau dua-duanya tadi. Santai, Ben. Reset boss.
Forsaken met with a 1v5, unable to have any impact in this round, despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half. He just hasn't been able to find those moments.
Reset, cok.
Tour de force, a quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining. And too many targets to choose for. Only losing Angel.
Ulnya juga pecah 1, nggak ada yang pecah tadi. Pecahnya 1 tadi ditembakin sama dia. Jadi fakta posisinya nyangkut. Nolongin musuhnya jadinya.
So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily, but he's doing his job. He's finding those times to carry the rounds. Now see both teams with full equipment in hand.
This is being shown again. To mid with the boombot, following up off onto it. And look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. They need to clear the back of it, but it is
Mampus
a
Artis.
full retake set up by FPX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast wraparound. Smoke dissipates.
3 players looking for it, and it is being watched. Shao, he just about whipped the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play. It's a bit of a tap.
And Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia in the mind of Jing. He has no idea if he's being flanked.
Every angle needs to be watched for. I think the setup from FPX, look at this now, trying to make the plays happen. The showstopper to contend with Jing. Oh my goodness! Eventually shut down, but has he done enough damage?
Out every
His
single
teammates might think
time.
so. The Cosmic Divide cuts it up,
Better
and now the
not
pressure
have
is on.
out at
FPX
all.
have to play up close and personal. The horn broken, pushing through the wall, but how would you get through it? The barrage,
Nice, Zowie.
the bullets laying down, and FPX get their 11th.
What a round from Jing. What a huge, monstrous performance from FPX's star player.
Kalau FX menang ini juara ya.
One of FPX's star players, I should say. He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round, dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone.
Insane.
Look at this.
FPX's clean round though, one prior, allows them to still buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop FPX from getting to map point.
Wow.
But Zipan responds in
The
kind.
combo is so good.
Comes through. How do you get 2 kills like that?
And if you had to tell me which team would you expect to use the utility combo and which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mind Freak looking for the mid-round push.
What a risky play. And the angle, it's everything. And a shot to found, a jiggle of the movement. And the second player falls.
Nice.
Yo,
Nice.
Oh,
Wah, PRX gonna win this.
And Mind Freak has really woken up now.
Go what?
Finding these timings to get impactful and win them rounds.
I'm gonna slap you, tell you.
And the energy is building. Feel it meeting in that crescendo to bring us to that map number 5.
And FPX are 1 round away.
Yes, good.
Alex, frustration turning to
Oh,
tension
have
now
one
as the
cut
coach watches on.
PRX for her B.
Map 5 ini menang cok sumpah. Brisnya FPX.
And Jing starts it.
And again, they don't put off from making these high-risk, high-reward plays. The money is abysmal for FPX. Losing a player on top of it, it's dire. Wall has to be used just to see if they can get the res offline, but look at this, another punish, an attempt of it. A bit of a gamble as he fires it against the wall. He misses the mark at the end.
It's a great idea, but Sugetsu was already ahead of the play. He understood that that was going to be coming through. And now it looks like he's still trying to find a time to go for this. He needs players to help.
They are going to be trying to contain with the space, but at least holding down these angles, baiting a swing from them. The nade!
What the fuck? Why too
it's so
fast?
tenuous. Sugetsu wants to go for the resurrect. He needs to try to bring this even, and finally it's being played, but the spam through. Pinged out, they know exactly where it is. And one after the other. The advantage is just snowballing.
Yeah.
FPX within their grasps will not be denied their right to go to map 5. The round not over yet. FPX would have to pull off a miracle.
Angel's managed to find his way into B. But with 15 seconds left, it's all but done.
Just no time. The duel, well, not quite favored. The plant, though, Angel gets a spike down, but it's left down to him.
And sure, the time pressure dodged.
No, no way.
FPX spent half the round just trying to get a res.
No way this guy can clutch.
It's all down to Angel and he can't handle it. FPX are taking us to a 5th.
Okay, Breeze. I think PRX gonna win this.
Back and forth.
Kalau freaking merinding lah cok.
But we have it any other way.
Lihat mereka udah stres tuh. Aduh, kentot Breeze lagi katanya.
Compared to the others. Oh yeah. A very methodical play by FPX, finding those moments to get the lurks working, and then crushing that attack side. And if we're going to talk about unusual things, how about the 5th map being Breeze?
I mean, just absurd, isn't it?
Absolute madness.
What are we going to see? The questions outlined here. This map that both teams have been comfortable in the past playing. FPX, of course, famous for their Euro comp as we're heading into it on the 5th map, but they have the minerals to pull out something that might even just be expected, or are they going to be switching it up even more? It's all on the line.
So what you're seeing from FPX, they're shaking off any potential nerves that might have haunted them in map 1. They're finding ways to make their defense work, which failed them on Bind and Fracture. And they've heated up thoroughly. You're getting
Fix
big
dapat
rounds
slot
from
ini
round
FPX.
3. Forsaken,
Slot apa, Mat?
online. They've got everything.
Ini pertama kalinya final VCT kelas dunia 5 map. Kayaknya iya deh, kayaknya iya deh. Slot franchise. Kapan mereka?
Of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
Gambit Asen. Oh, champion tuh berarti tuh. Oh iya, Gambit Asen waktu itu, Cok. Pas Asen juara. Nge-lag nih gua nih.
Top red every game.
Seru banget dia, Cok. Kok nge-lag ya? Nge-lag gue ya? Lagi down. Oh, tai. Oh iya, yang Gambit hampir back to back ya. Terus malah 3-2 skornya. Gue sambil belajar, Bang Wiwi. Sabar, gue keluarin PP gue dulu.
Going to map 5.
Maybe. I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think it's going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2-map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
I mean, he wanted the FPX win, then they were starting on Bind. So maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit about what happened on Haven. Because at one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. FPX, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Yeah, I really think that there was good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's going to be hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side, given what we saw in Bind, given what we saw in Fracture. They slowed it down. They really did. It was much more methodical. It was go up A lobby and wait there, hold for the positions that FPX are going to push in. And on the other side of FPX, it was really, really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here from Benkai too, who he pops up these walls that are so creative in comparison to the Sage on FPX's side of Sugetsu. It's nowhere near the creativeness.
I mean, a reactive utility usage like that all comes instinctually. That's about game sense, positioning, understanding of the mid to late round, how you want to use it. Sometimes there's not a set play. You just have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time he tried to deny a plant on one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know.
Imagine if
That's
that had worked.
creativity. That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was when we're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a pump for that one?
For Benkai? I have a really good one for Divai. So Divai, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the two players that did pop off, Tom, Saisho and Bren, we're talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPX.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen Jing throughout this series, and what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken yet. In this map, we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament. Like, you can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of a copium, but it's crazy that FPX are able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the rounds. Jing specifically, finally his showstopper's connecting.
Yeah, it's not necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly,
18-19. Kena comeback kan?
Untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of FPX. Forsaken or maybe even Jing would just go off on his own little journey and no one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those
The
trades.
first
Something they were lacking before.
Asia player anjing
Will be crucial for them. It's a big
menang
map. There is no room for
major
error.
turnamen bangsat.
Jing Seiken.
No.
No? Back to the drawing board?
I love it too.
Yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to. We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix. Do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please God,
it worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he
But
decided.
imagine if they won on it.
Yeah, but
that
there's
would be
about a
impressive.
98% chance that they won't win if he decides to throw that agent in.
We say that.
All 13-7 ya, what the fuck?
You know what I mean? Like,
And then now, FPX gonna win 13-3. Because 13-3 the first one, and then 13-3 in the last map. So, FPX win 13-3. Yeah.
So I think his confidence built.
Mark my word.
Okay, we'll stop.
Okay, whatever the score, FPX gonna win.
The record, the results on this map hasn't been great, but we heard it from Angel. He does want to kind of school Forsaken a little bit. He wants to show off a little bit, and I feel like when else is he going to get the opportunity than now?
I think the thing is as well, if you look at the last comp that was run by the side of PRX, it's not one I expect them to run again. Like, you look at their chamber on Jing, I think that's one of the only times he's ever played it. I don't think
Look, they play Astra.
A lot better when
Who play Astra?
And having like both of them with
Wait,
I think that's
who play Astra? Someone play Astra. Which team play Astra? What the fuck?
again here. I don't know, I'm not feeling good about it.
Reminds me of the
Wow.
uncomfortability that Optic felt when they were trying to implement this map, right? They really didn't have somebody who could play the
Is it PRX? Because they play Astra on Malaysia.
So they were flexing, and finally they found a player who was willing to do it. But that speaks to them.
They play Astra on Malaysia last time. Lu mau masuk pempe? Iya, gua mau masak.
I mean, any weapon you put in this man's hands seems to work. It's the Odin, it's the Tour de Force, it's the Operator, and I'm like, damn, I can sit here and watch a montage of this all day of the week. So it's nice. You're right that there is a secondary player to take on the chamber role. FPX isn't sort of shoehorning themselves into these roles, into these agents where
Taunya overtime sampai 60 ronde.
I'm the only one that can play duelist, for example. These are being swapped around interchangeably, and on a map like Breeze, you pointed out rightfully so, someone has to be prepared to switch around. Do we see a Yoru though? That's my big question, and I don't know where that's going to go.
I will say, Tom, I think you're right. I think if they are going to switch
Benkai
on
looks
Jing,
so nervous.
I don't want to see it on Jing.
No,
I
I
just
think
doesn't
it
make
limits
sense.
him. I think that's the thing. Forsaken has managed to almost just hit that W gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really
Sampai sama Indomie enak kok.
well, we are going to be getting into.
We are
Nggak tahu, nggak pernah nyoba gua.
select for the last time in this tournament. Keep your eyes
Model
peeled
sama
on
Indomie
whether
enak.
we are going to get a Yoru. I'm quite vigilantly on Yoru.
Barter pempeu sama ayam serundeng ngoben. Ah, lu hoax kalian nak. Kapan masuk champion? Oh, this is their agent that they play against They play against Bleed. Wah, crazy. Aduh, gila banget. Countnya anjing. Last map anjing. Oh my god, Jing Neon. First time I see in my life.
You always play on
Really?
Yeah, you know that comp with Phoenix? That looks kind of normal now compared to this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that breach being absolutely
Ya gak jam segini juga.
So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that. But on the side,
Fnatic doesn't play Breeze.
I mean, I trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Don't care. Don't care. I don't care. FPX's comp is ridiculous.
Ngentot split chest gue picknya anjing. Gue
Gue
udah tahu bakal ada sesuatu yang bakal dilakuin sama FPX di elbow, tapi what the fuck? Gue tahu di elbow waktu itu ada dia stun dari tunnel, bukan dari tunnel, dari B-main ke elbow terus Neon lari.
Yeah, they got loads of stuns.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming?
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have
Olympic versus unorthodox
how they're
pick.
actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Bala is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and Paper.
Bukan lu tau doa mandi wajib nggak yang bahasa Arab nggak? Mereka nggak pakai kayu NTDPX. Nggak, tapi masih ada Cyper. Mereka si Pepper nggak bisa lari harusnya.
A new god is going to be born. We will have a new team on the throne with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such bonkers compositions as well.
Outlandish, man.
Just insanity.
Gila, ada bayangan Aaron sama Jason sama Jing sama Benkai sama Dava, ntar ada tag Master Copenhagen winner anjing. Tapi ada Yoru, iya benar sih. Belum jadi deg-degan gue nontonnya, bangsat agentnya.
PaperX is starting on the attack side here. Like the Des was talking about, there's no Viper walls whatsoever.
You
How
know
are they
what
cut out
I go
sightlines?
stupid.
How are they going to find value?
Where's my utility
How does the
players?
Neon? I mean, I guess they're just running in.
And Jing just runs in and he finds the value to teleport. Breaking ankles, taking names, but Shao locks it down, he shuts it down.
Still playing over by the half.
Deg-degan gue kontol.
And Mindfreak on the lurk here, looking for another one of those big rounds.
Mindfreak, what an opening to get. Hard is taken out, still the fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, your solo, one shot will do it in Zipan. He collects it easily enough.
Menang, Aaron menang nih, sumpah. Aaron win this. Aduh, kenapa ditembak? Aduh, Ron kenapa? Aduh, ngentot, deg-degan gue jadi. Yeah, he don't need to shoot the dog. That's why I'm asking why he shoot it. I think it's like pressure lah. It's just yeah. Fuck, I see their agent. I'm nervous now. Aduh, Jingnya nggak sabar. Nih. Oh my god, this Shao. Duh, Jingnya tadi harusnya Jing sabar, cok. Gak apa-apa dah.
Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line, why not? It's going to be the Prowler, it's going to be removing a bit of the threats there. They crash into the back, that's going to be a teleport and the dart. No targets really being found. That is still, this is a player lurking, waiting at that main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike be planted. No difficulties there. Post-plant scenario is allowed for them, but Forsaken takes so much damage just trying to get out of there.
Forsaken, in fact, does not get out of there. That's his clone jogging to safety. Benkai's weak.
Fight's being taken, the Bulldog ADS. They are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing the lurk. Mindfreak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team. But now, look at this, running them down with the Ghost in play. Doubled up. Divine Mindfreak against the world. Sticking this one on the defuse. The damage, it's enough to stop it, but it's still up to him. Half online, and he has to swing wide. He has to hit the shots, but it's Shao again. And time just enough
Jingnya over terus nggak sih? Iya, Jing selalu begitu emang.
And Xiao has just been so clean for FPX. There have been other players obviously coming up.
Harun kalau diam doang iya makanya.
But Xiao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments. Demonic in the clutch. Utterly cold.
Look, Jin 2 rounds already ya. He kept fighting.
Back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs.
Just now, also he don't need to fight, you know. Aaron flanking already, and then he kept fighting, and then he die. Pistol round.
Get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
It's something that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your ranked games. FPX are a dangerous team, even when they've only got the sheriffs and marshals.
You sure had to win a push by round.
See, that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline. This angle being played by Artisan as well.
Push by round.
Trying to push up deep into mid as well. It doesn't really
Never like the idea of push by.
That smoke, however, is going to make Artisan think there's potential for somebody to be deep already at Arch.
Stuns gate crash into the back of the side, but the shot's so whiffed. Just missed. Forsaken couldn't find the head, and Artis is still being surrounded by enemies, but with the rifle he should be good for it. A quick updraft, revealed by the dart. And Mindfreak's lurk comes to no fruition.
Cok.
That is a prime game in Flawless as FPX continue to
Map CT. Bunny Fish, hello Alexi. What's up?
So Getsu's setups are going to allow them to put cameras, tripwires all over the map. And then you still have information being given by Zipan as he throws flashes deep into different areas. It speaks to the flexibility of both of these.
Where have you been? Alexi, you ask Kaide.
Players they head into the most important map they've ever played.
But I'm shy to speak. The fuck? I want Tan's mouse. Kite Alexi.
And so Getsu tried to hold the angle, but he's got overwhelmed. Too many bodies for him to deal with.
Instant response though. Looking for a mid, Angel just takes up all this space now. He's going to be watching, holding, seeing if anybody comes within his quicksand.
And FPX have decided to play heavily for mid here. Both A and B are full retake setups. Not that PaperX know that.
Anjing retake A sama retake B, keren juga ini tim anjing.
One side of the map. FPX are playing so cautious in terms of just their positioning. All of them grouped up.
If she drunk, she not gonna remember anything. Idiot.
To stop some kind of plant, but I think he might just be a fraction too far away.
Dart was sending to release the trip. Triggering there, giving them a bit of information, a bit of positioning, but still now they have to use that cam, clearing it down.
And honestly, against PaperX, you're worried they've pushed your spawn.
Yeah. They could have taken so much advanced positioning off of this. Not a lot given, but Forsaken well. Taken away, Zipan. Advantage. Gain for PaperX. Looking like they can maybe put this round on the board.
And amazingly, PaperX are actually playing really passive positions on the post plant. Going for the reflank now through tunnel.
Dave beli Odin lagi nggak? Di Breeze beli Odin nggak ada otaknya nih orang anjing. Yeah, I'm with Abby.
Think about how they're playing these post plants. Whenever they get the spike down on B, they're not pushing, they're not trying to get aggressive into spawn or hold 3 players on site. They're backing off. They're trying to play for elbow control. And that, I think, indicates a really good understanding of how to play this map. Because the post plant positioning you can get from there is just amazing.
Yeah. And I think as well, goes against the grain in terms of
Dave Odin lagi, iya anjing.
his composition.
I agree.
Yoru in play, Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless with it, but one way to shut that down is Artis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's Fury to deny the gate crush. Has to back away.
Next one.
He's taken a boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing can be found, and the shot is true. Sugetsu, head ripped clean off.
Mindfreak still in this lurk position. Does Angel check with enough diligence here? Otherwise, Mindfreak might be a dangerous thorn in their side for this post plant. Xiao is just tracking this gate crash all the way back into spawn.
Watching for it, and again, the lurk is found.
He's like a cat with a toy. He's just been pulled away from the action.
Running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources. A player watching the gate crash.
Just break it.
Side artist looks to try and make a moment out of it, a bit of magic maybe to eject, but this retaken with the operator, never ideal. The timing for Forsaken with that swing, it's too clean. Utility in the hands of his opponent.
FPX is just too good.
Not even allowed the luxury of saving that operator.
Start apa ini, Ban? Nggak tahu, mereka buat sendiri nih, Cok. Mereka lah orang pertama yang main di bridge pakai bridge, anjing. Jago banget. Bener-bener nggak pernah lu pikirin agent ini, bangsat. Give me Discord. Which Discord? You want to come? Just go to your Discord.
You would have Benkite playing the breach for them, sending in those fault lines, but it was the same combo. Yoru ult, fault line, allows Forsaken to find the easier kills.
Oh, jadi kirinya nggak di smoke sama dia.
So creative with how he's using the smokes.
Oh, it's already expending that dash. Still has the ultimate, still has a blade storming.
Then what are you using now? No, this one secret Discord.
To the side of it, angle being found to get through. What a shot! And this is looking still winnable.
But again, it's safe, passive post-plant positioning being played.
Rolling Thunder, and they've got a star on the spike. It's going to be incredibly difficult to try and get away with this one. The Nightfall.
They know that they've detected all five.
Yeah.
I mean, Mindfreak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
Going quiet on it now to Rolling
Oh
Thunder.
my god. Oh my.
The timing being taken. The space gain off of it. HyperX.
The fuck? Go to your Discord. Mental bad kayak kena enggak lah. Kena tapi dia nggak bisa itu.
Shift. But HyperX are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this isn't just a comp that they've thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses.
Ini udah latihan anjing.
Understanding of what they want to do with it. How long does it take Angel to figure out that they're playing passive post plants? That's my big question. Once Angel starts to get a read, and maybe this time out will be conferring with Doombros. Once Angel
Menang
gets the read
FPX
that they're playing
sumpah.
passive post plants, fast retakes might be the order of the day.
The way that HyperX are playing this Euro is so different to the way that
Set mana yang nggak ente kalau di ulti sama bersih anjing.
It's like a slow siege, a take of mid control. A lot of the Euro implementation of it by HyperX has been these fast executes, something to add the extra layer on top of Jing just running it down on Neon.
And from what we saw of HyperX's A-site hit, I'm not convinced that would work on a rifle v rifle round. I think we might be seeing a repeat here of Icebox, where they only go A on anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands.
Pusing gak lu, ha? Gak pernah main breeze.
Still
positioning, at least given up early, but time to...
Yeah, still 10 seconds for them to set up, but certainly having a discussion about their positioning in spawn here. But look at the positioning of HyperX. They look like they want to send this thick and fast.
Look at this angel wall. You really see he cannot play this map.
Kind of quasi-Viper wall that they could use.
I don't know what is that wall. That's why I said. You can see if he cannot play this map. That's why they keep bending it.
Different location, and out of Cosmic Divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied, but space given up. Angel, in fact, working his way off to the side. Could be able to catch a player or two.
And Jin caught by the recon, but couldn't be punished. The ult from
Flash 5, flash 5.
Surely artists.
Nggak bisa flash 5.
Flash as well, he connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close. Personal now with the wall denied. Coming through the
Oh
does
shit.
so much work, so much damage.
Balik semua. Post plan lagi.
But the post plan positioning, it's so passive through the choke point. They just want to try and buy time. Push them back, a bit of spam artist, an unlucky one. Just his leg being taken out beneath him. A flash to push them back. No one is on this one. In fact, look, still the star in play. A tap of it, a timing now. Alert comes through. So he could be a difference maker. He at least gets two, but just down to Angel.
Why are
The time, the pressure just far too much.
And these HyperX rounds are looking gorgeous. Every plan that they've run through in theory.
Skornya sih pakai breeze di breeze mana ada anjing.
After those first 3 rounds that FPX have put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the sight hits, and they can't win the retakes. But everything has been on B. Alright, time to test the theory, Brent.
Udah siap banget, iya cok. Gak mungkin lu nge-pick agent beginian gak latihan anjing. Lu lihat TP-nya Jason udah backside tuh, ada line up-nya udah. Si Daventor flash backside nih kayaknya nih. Oke, flash backside.
Destroyed in the blender that is this choke point. In fact, case an example right here. Artis, great opening pick for them, but the wall goes down and now deciding to slowly accrue a bit of that space. What a shot Divide dropped down to 5 health, but not enough to secure that kill.
These players on site are struggling here.
So aggressive.
This A site hit, it's getting mopped up.
It's getting so sloppy as well. FPX, heads being found, guns being gained, and it has to be the pivot.
Mind Freak with the spike just booking it over towards the B side.
First kalau Iko hit, iya.
But there's a Viper's Pit been dropped on A. 2 players still staying there. And Devi's gonna look for a lurk with 5 health and an Odin.
They really have brought APAC, haven't they, to Copenhagen?
I love it.
Kind of plays, man.
I love it. You just can't expect
You can't prep for it.
Mind Freak's going to start distracting now as he starts tapping the plant. Does this turn eyes? Does this get Devi a free one?
The timing on it! Then the kill is found. Still a 2v3.
They might win this round.
FPX in theory should be favored into
Yeah,
this one.
because they
I love
fight
that
on
Mind Freak goes for a pick as he anticipates, or Mind Freak, sorry, goes for a peek as he anticipates everyone looking towards Devi. He knows that he'll have a little less stress on his shoulders for just a moment. And now the trap is starting to close. Can Devi provide enough assistance here?
Was one of the players to tap onto the spike as well, swinging through, but a damage.
Nice banget si Aaron anjing, sumpah nih orang.
5 HP in window though, does not expect this one. Angels worked his way
Nice
around.
banget Aaron anjing. Jago banget lu. Gila. Jago banget. Dia mainin badannya jago banget
These rounds somehow being saved by FPX, mostly because of the gun advantage. Look at the replay.
Kadang kedengeran Dil, kalau Mat, kalau udah gede banget kedengeran. Pinter banget mainin badannya nih.
The crowd seems firmly on the side of FPX. A lot of cheers for these guys.
Gila, cok.
I've heard the FPX chants as well. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. FPX winning 5 rounds in a row here, forcing an FPX timeout. And what is the adjustment? I think from
dia udah pakai 2 timeoutnya loh. Ntar Teru dia nggak ada timeout lagi nih FX.
The patterns are not as obvious when you can't see all of the information.
You're only seeing one half of it.
And for FPX right now, getting that read on how FPX are playing post plants, when they're hitting sites based on the economy of their opponents, all of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now. And they themselves are working with a composition that they haven't been playing recently. This is not their standard comp. They've either been running Shao on Jet, or they've been running the Yoru themselves. And Forsaken has decided to take it upon himself to prove to Angel he knows better.
Running the Euro against them. Tasted their own medicine.
Menang.
What a way that would be to win.
Ultra online for them. Obviously Divide this time looking pretty good, and it is an approach, a flash just to grab the orb. The Cosmic Divide online for Mind Freak.
Again, how has he got the Cosmic Divide online once more?
Looks like he's just used it.
And so this is the first time that FPX start with a default. But it looks like they're going to go back again into a B push. It's been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle rounds, and the Cosmic Divide is such a massive tool for either side.
They've slowed down for about a moment, but eventually the pace must resume. And there's the Rolling Thunder to get to it to the back of the side, but look at all the utility. Comboed up, Angel somehow able to claim himself a snakebite kill, but Forsaken's
Gila, dipotong setengah terus di ulti bridge.
Utility in his hands, and his hit has gone skew.
It's the first time that FPX have decided to commit fully to it. Overstack players here. And the problem with that is Mind Freak's always on the lurk, and he's managed to find the A site.
So much space being gained.
The crucial thing here is for Mindfreak to not overstep himself. We've seen moments like this before where FPX just too determined to get an extra kill.
Can't go down easily.
And Mindfreak's aggressive,
30 seconds left.
but tempered. Just hearing Zipan walk his way into halls.
Incredibly cautious.
And that's
just waiting
decent.
for one timer.
That's decent information that he can pass over to Bungee. It's actually Zowie, again, who becomes the lurker. They're just so happy to pass these roles around.
Zowie's definitely wondering about the counter flank potentially coming through, but he hears the footsteps now running down, but Zipan lurks down.
Kok bisa kalah?
But now the race is on. Zowie, the spike down, has to try and get in a position where he can play this post plant. And instead of running for the
Jangan.
he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
Gua kira mau ditembak lagi anjing.
Gotta be kidding me. Planted off to the side.
Aduh!
Sticking it down. Already half onto it. The fault line to try and stun them up, but FPX, it's handed.
Aduh!
A bit of an overheat moment once more.
And for one of the very rare times that FPX's mid-rounding has in fact failed them. Mostly because FPX players happen to stumble upon them.
Get in the picks. They contacted all the way through, even when the spike was down. Zipan
Wah, posisinya Aaron ya.
contacted down into halls, picked up this kill. Artist getting the one beforehand, it was all essential.
And maybe Mindfreak's death could have been avoidable, for sure, if he'd managed to position himself somewhere where he's not as exposed.
Kalah angle tuh guys.
Yeah, you've got rifle v rifle, and it looks like FPX is starting to break the mold. Heading round 10 for the first time over towards A.
Aaron aturan bunuh aja dia mau nge-cut lebih banyak.
Back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost immediately. Artist though.
Son belakang son.
Bit of chaos, a bit of pandemonium approaching now onto the side as kills are just again flowing one side to the next. Seeker's even in play, and the angle just cannot be found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there. Zipan was posing a major problem for them over at stairs. And now the round can slow down. But there wasn't really a
FPX menang karena kasihan FPX. Hah? Lu ngomong apa sih? Demgat. Kalau nggak kepleset pun kelihatan. Itu plannya emang udah dibikin buat si Zowie. Soalnya di ujung situ tuh, di ujung depan. FPX menang karena kesalahan. Oh ya. Gua kira kasihan anjing. Makan tuh.
Down to just 20 seconds. Guy picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
10 seconds, the clock ticking down. No hope for FPX.
Cok, fokus. Masih bisa kalah.
And here come the FPX chants. I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. A knife's edge that separates these two teams.
Minta maaf Raka walaupun kita nggak salah. Apa goblok?
That puts someone on the throne. But Artist played a masterclass in this round. Disrespecting all of the utility to get picks.
Itu kalau Jason kayaknya ditungguin dulu dah sama Jason dah. Pas habis stun baru. City sided. Iya City sided sih, City sided. Tapi kebayang nggak lu cara FPX main CT-nya gimana? Gue sih belum ada bayangan sih. Dia bakal mainnya di mana. Biarpun CT sided, nggak bisa nganggap remeh. Karena lu lihat tadi yang pas di bind, ditungguin doang anjing, bunuh-bunuh terus. Kalau nembaknya lagi kena begitu susah. Ini gua rada bingung gimana cara nge-hold-nya sih. Nge-troll tiap ronde. Kayaknya nggak tiap ronde deh. Mungkin bisa. Tapi kalau ditungguin juga percuma, cok. Kayaknya nih. FPX dapat 6 fix juara nih kata Michael. Honestly ya, agentnya FPX itu lebih enak buat Tero daripada PRX. Agentnya PRX ini Tero banget. Ntar susah banget. Gak tau dah. Gua aja yang cacat. Mereka lebih tahu anjing. Udah di counter tuh, udah trapnya udah di belakang. Jing, 1 lawan 5 Jing. 1 lawan 5 Jing.
Look how quickly FPX
Ada line up fit.
4 players onto the B site within moments of the initial pieces of utility.
Menurut gua fit di map ini sih rada susah sih. Lu kan ada drone nih. Kalau lu apa? Kalau ada Sopa ada drone, ada recon. Nggak tahu, lihat aja ntar mereka lebih jago, cok. Gue juga bingung main CT-nya gimana. Gue kalau tiba-tiba coach gue ngomong kayak kita pakai jadi ini, gue mikir kayak CT-nya gimana anjing. Tuh Ardi sudah ketakutan, nggak mau katanya. Ya, dihidupin wallnya masih bocil satunya. Ini kok si itu mati mulu ya.
And it's up to Artis. He can feel the approach, the blade storm, the updraft, the heads not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by A-main. That means he's got a very quick flank here. And for FPX, they've got to force the fight. They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back. The safe.
Oh, miss.
The dog is not going to be setting them up, and yep, the safe option, not an option.
Bye. Clutch bye.
Removed, taken out. Devi is known, he gets one, but he
clutch.
has a mighty task. 1v2, isolates it. Down reigns supreme.
Aduh, Davai.
Just can't out-clutch Xiao. He's been a monster this tournament. He's a great player.
Oh my, this Sao is so sharp. He one tap Davai. What the fuck? Look, he one tap Davai. This one he plays so good already. Look.
What a great try.
It's not what you say.
But when it feels like
75 cok. Santai. Jing is noob with Neon, but he cannot play Yoru.
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. What a half that was. Probably the most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the...
Ini defense-nya kayak gimana? Ya makanya itu yang gue tanya, anjing. Nih ya, kalau Jason itu nge-stun, dia nggak nge-pick dulu, cok. Kayaknya. Karena udah sering mati sama WP, si Jing abis nge-stun langsung lari, Jing why not chamber? Nggak, dia pakai neon itu buat wallnya, jadi kan buat masuknya pakai wall karena dia nggak ada apa namanya, nggak ada Viper.
That threat, Swtich, oh yo.
Some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Devi decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed, but on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no sentinel.
Harus terima ya guys, kalau kalah udah keren banget ini. Udah keren banget anjing.
2 rounds, I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking
Emangnya
ahead to the next half,
oh
Jess,
enggak,
I know you wanted to
bukan di sini, di Turki.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to one pistol round.
There you go.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience.
Amin, Bang Hasta doain.
Let's see who's gonna get this important round.
Amin, Bang Kuerti. Amin, Bang Erwin. This one I'm wondering how they play the defense.
Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on.
No sentinel.
Jing not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stunning hand with the ghost.
Already the disrespect being shown.
How does he get that?
Dart removed. He just wants to fight.
He's swinging over again. He's swinging before he's even.
They don't even hold the mid. Look.
Shot with the ghost, and yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. But FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
No. Gotta stay.
Waalaikumsalam, Bang Mola.
Situations like this, it's a huge advantage, of course, given to HyperX with that opening kill, but can easily turn it around.
Ini 2-3 anjing. Kampungan banget. 2-3 sumpah. Tadi 24 bangsat. 30 panas anjing.
They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out, they have to hope it's not too late.
A close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him. The war going up. Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Shao eventually gets him. So on the other side of things, it was Jill.
Nice.
He managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, HyperX. Spike's still going to be stuck.
Wow.
Line. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artisto now, all the pressure in the world. A prowler in his face, a flash, a tap at a spike. He has to stick this one. He has to stick it or win this 1v1 and Dubai. All he needs to do is survive.
Nice.
A heroic effort.
You never find Loon. Never find and then pick too early.
They take one step closer towards that trophy. Winning the pistol is massive, but the manner in which they did it as well is going to start to scare FPX.
The fuck, Jing?
How did Jing get the kill through the wall?
Oh, Jing saved them this round.
Trying to take duel after duel.
And we are witnessing the championship mentality, I think, that you need to be able to perform when it matters most, to be able to still make those plays.
Bizarre Viper wall that we're seeing here from Angel as they try and take some map control. Recon Dart up at the top of mid too as FPX put a premium on owning this area of the map.
Divide forced to overextend just a tad to see if he can get that information. Doesn't want to risk it again, but in the midst of all of this, look at this space that Artis has gained. Bit of a wide swing so he can make some noise there.
His positioning is known. But perhaps this indicates that FPX are going to want to try and take positions like this in future rounds. HyperX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing for their info.
The off angle, well, Angel seemed ready for it, wanted to clear it through, a bit of spam into the corner, the right click, Shao. Dodges the flash, not finding any sort of quite value, now down to 35 seconds.
Pusing si FPX, iya. Untungnya FPX-nya nggak jago-jago amat main di map ini, Cok. Jadi nggak terlalu susah-susah bahkan harusnya. Coba lawannya kayak siapa tuh yang jago, yang DRX. Mampus anjing. Lawan optik gitu. Lawan optik, lawan DRX gitu.
Shots again rattled off on either side of the map down to the final few seconds. Looking like it could have potentially got dangerous, but Okay. Still not enough time in the round. Shao hopefully going to be happy with the damage that he did to their economy.
I think he'd be happy to die there, actually. Didn't want to save a Spectre and no armor into
Halo Bang Iqbal.
That's going to allow him to get Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the PaperX bonus. But now we get this question.
Dan kayaknya lagi kurang banget.
Has PaperX got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so,
Kelihatan stres ya.
Bind fracture, that was one of the failures.
Look at the whole power. Because they're gonna push to get control somewhere, not they cannot hold at all.
Wow, stun, suck.
That I know. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Incredibly deep as well. Taking the space away from Shao. How much further back can you get? Essentially on the beach front, but the spray down. The damage was
so
far
lucky he never dies, yeah.
That kill.
Keep shot to wall.
So 4 and 4 right now, and FPX with less time to work with and more of the map to re-clear.
Gak apa-apa kalau call-nya jalan, Cok.
These are the moments where PaperX were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky.
Pede menang, pede. Doain aja Bang Mola.
Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken.
Davai already backside, ready to stun.
Over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn. A closer
FPX so nobody's.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If PRX play against like Optic or DRX, right? I think they lose already.
Certainly done Divide. Watching the angles, Forsaken are cleaned up. Not able to get too much done to get to.
Who's that idea? No idea.
Looking far too clean with it. And there's still enough
They
time
never play this map.
The positioning is gained. Plan gonna be stuck. Cage giving him just
Like
enough
so
coverage. But a little bit of favor there. Mind Freak just has to zip away, but what a shot! Bungee to cross.
Oh.
Fantastic. And they win out the bonus.
I thought Sagetsu might be able to get the job done there. What a pillar for FPX. But PaperX is so fast on these kind of decision-making moments. Divide grabbing a crucial one around the back. But the final moment there is all about Bungee. He sends a Prowler forwards, so the rest of FPX think that they're both coming from tunnel. And then Bungee wraps through elbows so quickly to get around and backstab the post planters.
Look at his wall. This team cannot play this map, idiot. This wall is 1 year ago.
A 2-round lead here in the final map.
You watch everyone like you never take me though.
Quick dodge there, the flash that comes down.
Ah, bodoh banget.
So stupid this FPX this map.
Hopping away,
It
dangerous
hurts to watch them.
The dog though, seeing if they can supplement it, any sort of approach to take the fight through the choke point. And shuts it down easily enough. Bladestorm now being used by Artis. Feels like he needs to take matters into his own hands.
We've already seen how nasty Sugetsu is with the Guardian. If Jin goes for some kind of info peek here, there is potential to get punished. And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Bungee to get
Tuh lihat, ini wall setahun yang lalu, Cok, dipakai sama orang, Cok. Sumpah, kalau lawan KDRX, si PRX udah di-split-splitin dari mid, dari B, dari hall, anjing, nggak bohong gua.
Don't think he's too worried about it. Artis round the side though, Bladestorm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him.
Feels bad the way you shoot everything.
Decay as well. Pressure from almost every single avenue, and with the spike drop down, the Bladestorm still renewed. Artis, he might be able to do something with it, but not. Bungee is still alive, still on the battlefield.
Dangerous times call for dangerous men. Jing has been a beast in this series so far, and it feels like whenever they need him most, he's able to just pop around a corner and hit a 3K. You see how much chaos PaperX inject into these rounds too. Artis was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by all of the stuff that PaperX throws in.
Wow!
Looks like a bit more
Yeah,
of a pacey play from
finally
FPX.
playing
Looking to perhaps take some early mid control as the rest
Yeah,
of
but look at how they play middle. They're splitting. Stop play middle. Yeah, this is.
Split A. This is something, I guess.
Oh my god, they can smoke breach.
They can
How do
smoke
PaperX play the retakes
breach.
with this composition? They have the dimensional drift to work with.
Ah, you're so bored. Look at their position.
Yeah. Wow, but their aim is not bodo. Their position is so bodo, but their aim not bodo.
Crying now.
Iya makanya Wan, makanya gue bilang PRX kalau ketemu, ini kan CT-nya susah nih. Dia nggak ngambil mid, nggak ngambil apa mana-mana. Ini kalau lawannya kayak optik, kayak siapa namanya, Gil, kayak si VS, terutama di RX, itu pasti susah banget anjing.
But also, what a switch up of tempo. I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
Tempo,
Lihat tuh.
my asshole.
Lu lihat, attack 12-0.
Why are they doing it again?
Nice.
They do it again eh.
Holding down the staircase.
Ay, bodoh
Still
anjing.
in play. Tip tap of his feet, just trying to run around the map, but the positioning, of course, is going to be known here. But he ends up slowing it down.
Look, but their aim not bodo, you know.
Shot to the cranium, Jing is shut down.
Udah pasti winnable.
Finding a safe spot for him to play. He don't dare to clear an angle, and then he want to play in between the angle.
Ini yang gue bilang tadi guys. Percuma teronya dapat berapa, Cok? Percuma teronya dapat berapa kalau musuhnya nembak kayak Ardis tadi, mau gimana? 3 lawan 5, dia cuma nembaknya headshot semua tuh. Kayak gitu. Mau strat lu sebagus apapun anjing.
Oh, this is how this guy play, I guess. His crosshair so small. How can he play?
And then there is no outline, you know.
Yeah, he need to focus so much on his crosshair to kill.
You might have been fooled into believing that was some kind of eco-crazy push coming out from PaperX as Jing popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force. PaperX are now ceding control of the game.
You don't know what you're doing.
As FPX tie the series up 9-9 with an
Kalau nembaknya headshot semua gimana?
Got the guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. I think FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles, the entire way. But it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic. Bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome.
They can play the mid, but they don't want, you know.
Angel not looking to get aggressive on the Hall slug. Mindfreak would be waiting for him.
I don't think they don't want, they just don't know how.
FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, they seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still a minute 10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area.
Group up, ulti.
Yeah, so sharp. They are scared to take control, you know. Even if they are sharp, they're so scared to take control.
Seekers in the mid round. That's for a bit of information.
I got your trail.
See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were.
His crosshair
A real hit
is
starts to come down
dot
now
on my
onto B. A
screen.
flash over the top for Taken. Wants to disrupt this one. Is the spike being planted?
Huh?
Trying off for this peak. Angle being watched. Sagetsu's covering his teammates back.
He don't know how to clear backside.
Away from being able to deny the plant
nice.
and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the rolling thunder. It could have been everything.
Fight still being taken down.
They really lose is because of only aim, you know.
They can't get away with any mischief.
It's just the aim that win FPX now.
Against this one with the crossfire and the post plant setup, FPX more than favored.
Masih worth it KJ. Tergantung map. Masih worth it.
I think PaperX need to time out and then ask Alex to help them because this team so stupid.
Benkai making it a little more dangerous.
No, the thing is they cannot take anywhere. They cannot take mid because there is no recon.
They still have to.
How close are these teams, man?
They just got picked off.
You know they cannot. Usually people hold A with Viper, right? Viper wall or
They
smoke.
have to do this on E.
So many hole because no trap.
Cause no trap.
FPX udah fuck strat. Mereka menang gara-gara aim ini anjing cok.
Just be a man and pick. Sure.
Timeout, I think, forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long, all tournament long.
They certainly have.
Good job. Good job.
FPX have done such
Forgot what FPX is talking about. Guys, I don't know how to play this map. It's just pretty. Oh, I see.
Buru kalau mau masak, gua mau bikin. Lu masak duluan aja. Bikin Indomie dulu aja lu. Oh, lu mau nunggu pempek ya? Sabar kalau gitu.
Sabar.
Past, FPX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future for champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very
Aim kalau dibalas strat bisa nggak? Ya stratnya kalau sebagus apapun kalau nggak bisa nembak sama aja bohong bang. Oh my god, they have B strat. Wow. Sheesh.
Oh my god. Wow, he killed backside. Look. Wow. Kill backside. Wow.
All the way back into their spawn, but Gene
I think they just
trying to find his way up into the angle now. The Hunter's Fury.
Honestly, it's hard for PRX now.
no, they do because they don't know how to play.
But Angel again comes out on top.
No PRX, no money. They lose this, they don't money. They don't money now. Sayang banget.
They don't even watch album when they can't
Angel. But at this point, the round's already lost.
It's done.
The barest of silver linings being that he
Baru bikin tadi, enggak. Tadi pas time out, orang-orang FPX lagi ngomong dia buka YouTube, cok. Recon.
Josh, you mentioned it. FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik.
Lu lihat kalau nembaknya kepala begitu gimana cara nge-counternya, cok. Lu strat lu sebagus apapun gak bakal guna.
The best team in EMEA forced to watch as
Murah.
other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
They've earned their spot here this time around.
Oh my god. Dipaksa cok duitnya cok.
In Valorant in 2020.
They hit the B again. Wah, he hitting his call, you know. Everywhere they go, they always have less people.
Trying to work his way around the corner, but he's spotted out. See if he can find the
No, he hitting the call now.
on the other extremities of the map, but the shot's still being found.
Everywhere they go, no people there.
Winnable. My brother.
Much longer. The choke point has been compromised.
Wow, they know how to take city
FPX investing into this one.
control.
They know how
Oh,
important it
gila
is. But
banget.
they need more on top of it. The rolling thunder, it scatters them. The utility
Testing.
chain,
Yeah.
timing. Moves to the cyber zip and again comes back around. An instantaneous trade. Half onto the fuse. They're sticking it all away. Benkai, you're an absolute menace. But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 to buy. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers, and he will not get it off.
What an enormous play to take FPX.
Benkai call is not hitting, and then his call is right, you know. Benkai push B, they don't play B.
Phenomenal plays by Zipan. The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around.
That's right.
He's earned his team the final stepping
Look, Now they play 2B, they hit A.
And these adaptations have been awesome. The fast rounds have
No, really, his call is good now.
It feels like they're not afraid
Traumatized.
to mix up the tempo. They can
Pak,
feel the games within their
rezeki.
FPX
Tahu nggak lo?
in their own hands.
Ini yang dibilang rezeki cok.
Why
The
you
fuck.
want it?
Callnya benar semua cok.
Up into it, the horn spots him out, spam down. That's a crossfire
Oh,
setup
basta.
from the side of the wall. Artist
He's
really nowhere to
spam
run, but it's
terpercaya.
an instantaneous pivot once more.
PaperX have read it. Mind Freak and Divide. Ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find
They
value.
want
The
bank
Paulie
on
hears
side.
it with the footsteps. An opening kill going their way once more.
Lost
There's the
goats.
pull. There's the fault
Lost
line.
chow.
PaperX holding on.
But Shao. One step
Shao
closer,
Sugetsu
Josh, one step
still
closer.
alive.
That's got them through the
This
drop
is
point
all
as well. This is
3
where
best
things
player
are
inside.
very dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken, performing under the pressure. Sugetsu
Look.
aims the reset. Absolutely ridiculous.
Whoa!
4 kills for the final blow.
And Sugetsu finishes off an insane lower bracket run that began when he was allowed to play. The rest of the team did their job getting this man onto the stage, into the playoffs, and Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne.
Gila cok,
And Angel
Sugetsu.
could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so hard to get here.
And what a moment this is for them. Disbelief, you can feel it.
MVP sih ini orang.
Incredible scenes. And FPX, a team
So handsome, so good.
been waiting for
Wah, this guy is
to perform
MVP,
in
I
that
think.
environment time and time again. But this time they grasp it,
So
Josh, and more. FPX being your Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
Wah, I literally said, you know, the best. This is all the best 3 player on their team, and then 3v5.
What diary?
Left, right, and center. Knocked out Japan.
No, Zipan is they're
Killed every other EMEA team, gone in for that trophy, and have now taken down the People's Champions.
Oh,
The
3
most
of
fun
them
team we had in
carry
the
the
tournament.
team.
No fun allowed.
No fun allowed indeed.
Wow.
Shutting
Dream
down every
crushers.
single
Didn't even know who
storyline.
FPX were.
Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Didn't even
Denying
know
Optic
them.
from going to
Oh
the
my
back-to-back
God.
as well. And the streak
Real M doang yang bikin menang.
tournament, there must be
Makanya anjing, what the fuck?
Jin carry all games.
Kan gue bilang kan, gak ngaruh CT map apa enggak kalau lu nembaknya kayak Sugetsu kontolin gimana anjing?
All up to this one. What a finale, what a way to end it. In our grand finals here in the exchange.
Please 100k gue, oh iya, Spectro, mana 100k?
Respect being shown to the two competitors.
incredible 2 teams delivering an incredible match. Easily the best grand finals that we've had at a Masters event. And one of the most worthy winners.
Their names being chanted, recorded in the annals of VCT history. They've made their mark now and look forward.
Anjir, sekarang ingat lu. Lah,
And what a way to do
kenapa
it.
emang?
It couldn't have been done in much more of an EMEA style. I love the fact that PaperX went out their way. But at the end of the day, FPX pulling out a
Gue pas
composition
ngeliat
that was
agentnya tai banget dah.
new to them in terms of breeze. Artist on the jet, Zipan playing Sky. Moving over to some
Gila
classic
BO5 last map.
Valorant.
Mereka pakai agent bangsat. Lu lihat nih.
The preparation, paying dividends over and over again, and Sugetsu, just a ridiculous play towards the end. Look how much it means to them, man. Look how much it means to them.
That's FPX at their first international tournament. Imagine if they'd been able to go to ones previously and think about what they'll be able to do in the future. What a team to finally sit at the top of the pile.
Amin, ya Allah Bang Ardiansyah.
Scenes, and now Golden Boy is down on the floor with our Masters 2 champions.
Mau strat segimanapun kalau sabun, iya makanya bangsat.
Last April, FPX had to sit back and watch Masters Reykjavik from the side.
Bener gak gue bilang Ki?
There are no
Bener kan?
what ifs. They overcame
FPX?
every single obstacle in their way and every single piece
Mana sendal gue ya?
right into place. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix!
Ini benar-benar pure aim, cok. Bro, fuck. No, Haduka, they lost because of their aim. I wish I'm dreaming. Ini orang datang tiba-tiba langsung top frag mulu anjing. Ini orang gila. Lu lihat ya pas dia plus 13 ya. Nih. Plus 3 second frag. Top frag plus 31. Plus 10. Anjing.
I'm feeling fucking amazing. That's all I'm gonna say. I want to say something. FPX.
You're all getting on top heads.
I want us to.
We're taking over the world tonight.
They're taking over the world tonight, he says.
We found Copenhagen. We're going champions, and we're doing it again.
Doing it again. Love it, man. Sugetsu, you had the final 2 kills. You weren't even here at the start of this tournament. How does it feel to just do it all?
To be honest, I have no words. I didn't even trust a few weeks ago that I will be here because of visa problems, you know. Also,
don't worry, they're saying Sue.
Yeah, so flu.
No booze, no booze. It's Sue.
Thank you, guys.
Get Sue.
But I also wanted to say thank you to Cider with Musket to help in our team. Also, they did too much.
That's right. Huge shout out to Cider. Zipan, my man, it used to be, you know, I just blown away every single time I see you play, and now you're here today, you're a champion. It must feel like you're on top of the world right now.
Muchas gracias para nosotros.
Love it. Angel, you and I stand on this stage, probably the oldest people here, but yet you are a champion, and I'm just some schmuck interviewing you.
I can describe what it means to me, and I want to say thank you to everyone who came here, and especially to a guy with Ukrainian flag.
There it is. There it is. Shao. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shao show is in full effect. You are a madman. How do you do it? How do you continue to just clutch after clutch after clutch?
Kayaknya Shao MVP ya.
Secret is like easy. I just wearing shorts in the grand final.
He wears
like
shorts.
short buff, guys, nothing else.
The key to success is to show them legs, baby. Show them legs. And finally, our coach, Doom Bros, your first LAN, and you are coach.
Beris mapnya air banget iya, Cok.
Tired, but
Gila.
good.
Are you gonna take a good nap tonight?
I think I'm gonna sleep for maybe 1 month or something like this.
1 month slumber, baby, but don't sleep too long because you got champions to prepare for.
Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you Sliggy and Tarek for keeping me company after the matches.
And last thing, artists, I just want you to, you know, just go ahead, have fun, play with the crowd.
It's so nice.
Say something.
Listen.
Go for it.
No, listen. A big after party, okay?
This guy is so
Message me on
aggressive.
Twitter, boys. There's a big one going on.
Okay, and
Drinks it
artist
on
is
me.
paying.
Drinks it on me. Drinks it on me.
Artist is paying the whole thing, baby. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ooh, he paying the whole thing.
He gonna go broke.
Oh.
let's go ahead, send it right back over
I
to
think he
the
planning to do it already. If he win, he gonna say that.
final.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy EME.
He's so happy.
Top, baby. I waited so long to say that again. So long.
I don't think it's been that long.
It's been a long time.
But hold
It's been
on,
like
at the
8
beginning of
months.
this, wasn't it PaperX?
So.
I'm from EMEA, Bola. I
So,
I
Shao ini MVP-nya
am
Shao.
also a very proud paper girl. We got to
Plus
celebrate
10.
FPX, But who knew
So
that
ini
FPX
MVP-nya
were going
anjing.
to take a team like FPX all the
Gila
way
nih
to
orang
that
inisiator
final?
tapi mainnya
That's
kayak
an
babi
incredible
anjing.
matchup that we just had history. I sat here, it started map number 5, I turned to you all and I said, what a pleasure it is to sit here at the first audience of the first grand finals
KD-nya
we've ever
kecil
had
loh.
with an audience, and they bring us to a map 5. We go the half and it goes
Saw
the distance.
Lily.
I said to myself, I couldn't ask for a better matchup. That is two teams that fought tooth and nail to be some of the best teams in the world.
And also, I gotta say, we heard that in the Verizon post-match interview with Golden Boy, just how much this all means to them and how much individually, differently. You know, Angel has won quite a few tournaments, but you can see
Amin,
there,
Raditya
this one
doain
meant
aja
a lot to
lolos.
someone as experienced as him.
Well, it takes a lot, I think, for an in-game leader to do something for so long, go into a game which has similarities but is completely
Di pers ada yang
different in
nangis.
the way you have to
Ada
set
lah.
up, the way you have to almost maneuver your team, bring in a load of youngsters and almost just mold them into the pieces he needed them to be, and then do it again.
Ya biarin aja Bang Ari. Nggak usah dipikirin. Emang selalu begitu kan mereka. Kita selalu dianggap remeh.
We have a reason to have faith in them again. Obviously there were hurdles along the way, but this last map, man, they figured out how to play against a comp that has never been seen before on the fly, and they make it work.
And I mean, Artis had a bit of a quiet series up until that point. We hadn't really put him on any of the MVPs throughout those maps there. We didn't highlight him so much. We tried, and there were moments he had a few pop-off moments. But when they really needed the man to stand up, make the difference, he comes in on Breeze and he lights it up.
Yeah, man, he deserves to have all the arrogance in the world on stage after that, because he definitely turned up and in some rounds felt like he was really willing the team forward to continue to make.
Whatever she showed it 40%. What the fuck?
First few maps, I'm just kind of chilling a little bit. It's like, oh guys, we can actually lose this one. All right, I'm just gonna slam them back into the ground.
He had the after party in the back of his head. He's like, I really want to go to that
already
after
there
party.
mentally. So, okay, guys, I guess I'll start playing.
Yeah, a lot of crazy things happened on that map and on that match as well. Let's recap everything that you guys saw.
What the fuck? 82 kill, 42 headshot.
Yeah, this one I see.
Settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between FPX and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
No, how you want to win against these people when you play Breeze, right? And then 2 people with 50%. Yeah, 50% headshot percentage. Only one IGL 21%. Everyone have 20% and then he have 45 and 50 and 37.
Yeah. Asian no hit.
Shoes, get them back on.
You got a game to play, son.
FPX immediately rip back control into their camp. What is that shot?
Ini orang ni tadi nih lihat.
HyperX looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a fifth. Let's go, boys! HyperX are taking us to a fifth.
Boys, be less emotional, okay? Remember, mostly we're having fun. Yeah, let's go, guys.
HyperX remaining. Never letting their foot off the gas. Let's go!
But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead.
Iya wan anjing. Ini nih gila banget nih. What the fuck anjing. Gila orang-orang Rusianya jago banget.
Wow, the boys are still celebrating on stage. The fans are still here. I actually quite like the FPX in the TSM style. FPX. I know earlier on stage, you know, they thanked Cider. They specifically called him out. Cider obviously helped them in this tournament. But I also want to thank Batty G as well, you know, just in the beginning of this year. Because they gained enough points from that win to be able to qualify for champions in the end.
Is there a team ever in history, in Valorant history, that we've had to thank so many substitutes for a singular team in a singular year? That's an incredible feat. And I think Artis pointed out right at the beginning of the tournament, tournament. He said, even with subs, 1, 2 subs even, we are one of the best core teams in the world. Don't even forget it. And they have absolutely proven that.
Yeah, and I think even with artists saying that,
Nggak tahu Bang
everybody
Morning Bot.
still doubted this team, myself included. We saw the fact that they're playing with subs, and we said no, even though we had the evidence from before.
MVP-nya kapan sih dikeluarin?
When they went through those qualifying runs and completely dominated that qualifying.
Wibu, si Saw Wibu juga nggak?
I've learned over the years that sometimes when you interview Angel, he's gonna throw you through a loop. You're gonna be misled along the way.
Oh, dia nggak Wibu, Cok.
Is I can always believe what Artis is gonna say, because that man predicted this from the very beginning, and then they've come through.
Dia nggak Wibu nih orang.
So you know what?
I do also just want motivational quotes from Angel just being spoken to me
Could you
over
stop
and
being
over.
so emotional, Barla?
Can you stop being so emotional?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Wow, what a balance on the team, though, to have Angel on one side trying to force the Euro into comms, and Artis being like, well, I need you to calm down a little bit. I like it. I like the composition of the team.
Yeah, and speaking of the team, we asked you guys to vote for final time for the in-zone player of the match in the grand finals. The polls have closed, and we have a winner. This MVP goes to Sugetsu. Again, I actually think he has a record in EMEA of how many MVPs he's gotten. He has the most out of everyone.
Rightly so.
And rightly, now he has won the most important one on the international stage.
Yeah, I think he's given a few people, CNED maybe, given him a run.
Kalau lu hitung dari KD sih Saw sih.
Honestly, this has to be one of the best transfers in the history of all of Valorant. Like, you look at FPX and what they've achieved since this man has become or come onto the roster. They were always good, and he was the one move that took them from good to fantastic.
And people doubted that. Remember when he first came in, everyone's like, I don't understand this.
Yeah.
Jadi nggak enak mau tidur.
They're real silent now.
I mean, you should line up for
Yang lebih sedih tuh anak-anak PRX-nya anjing.
history, but it might be, you know, before we get to champions, whatnot, your only chance to snag that photo unless you're flying to Istanbul. So that's the big thing to crash now, yeah.
I think the funny thing about it all, too, is it comes full circle for him because he's the one who knocked out FPX in their final attempt to go to a global tournament last year. And now he's with them.
Don't remind me of that game.
Nope.
Don't remind me of that game. Don't
There's so much calming
We've collectively wiped that out of our minds, I feel like, at this point.
Forever.
And we got to send off PaperX, I feel like, in an appropriate way, in the HyperX reflex of the day as well. I'm glad Divide popped off because I wanted to use the Divide intervention here with his...
So has he not suffered enough after losing this tournament? Now he had to live through that.
I feel like this is an edge. This is like a small goodbye present.
Do you know what I'll say though? That last time 4th place, this time 2nd place.
Yeah, but there's a 2nd place curse.
No, screw
There's
your
a 2nd
curse.
place curse.
Screw your curse. We had a curse that basically if you won the 2nd pistol, you won the map, right?
And
well,
guess what?
That turned out to be BS. So let's ignore your one as well.
It turns out.
Exactly. So 4th, 2nd, that means they're going to win champions, and we'll forget all about this anyway.
I will be okay with that. Okay with that. It wouldn't bother me.
They stole the hearts of everybody. I think that's the important thing, right? This team comes from SCA. They go and get to that 4th place in Reykjavik. They fall to Zeta Division, other APAC.
Kalau gitu gue mau masak dulu guys. Ente banget cok. Udah paling imba dah. Sekalian optik sama Fnatic. Iya anjing. Nggak, ini kalah gara-gara aim doang. Di breeze. Ente banget. Thank you udah datang, udah like, udah subscribe, udah nontonin dari tadi. Gue cabut dulu. Karena gue mau masak terus gue mau makan. Besok gue latihan soalnya. Respect abis. Yoi bos. Gue doain Bom lolos champion. Udah waktunya tunjukin kalau Bom tim kelas dunia. Amin. Bang Mas. Doain Bang Mas. Doain Bang Mas. Amin. Thank you semuanya. Have a nice day. See you guys. See you. Bye guys.